listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV and Lightning Television. Welcome.
Time for Insights by Janita with Janita Francis. Live from InsightsByJanita.com.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio.
Or one of our websites,
askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv.
This is Insights by Janita
on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hi everyone, welcome to Insights by Janita Francis. I am your host, Janita Francis. Thank you very much for tuning in once again. Not sure how the weather is going in your neck of the woods, but it is certainly very, very hot here in Sydney. We've got 42 degrees Celsius today, so that's basically our entire outdoor is a sauna. It's very, very hot. Little reprieve tomorrow, then go straight back into 43 degrees on Saturday. So it's very, very warm at the moment. So hello, summer for us Southerners. Today I wanted to let you know there's been a lot of talk about intuitive abilities and to be able to, how to tap in your own. Oh, I've just had some feedback, 109 Fahrenheit, so it's 109 for you guys over in the States. So it might make a bit more sense why we keep fanning ourselves and we're very, very warm here today. So but what I wanted to talk about is to let you know that I've actually formulated a whole bunch of workshops to help people harness, enhance, grow their intuitive abilities. And I haven't just done it from a medium point of view or from a psychic point of view. I've actually got a whole bunch of modalities that I've covered off, purely because there's different horses, different courses. So everybody's attracted to something different. For me, I like to be challenged and I like to have my fingers in lots of different pies, and I like to be able to look at different things and see what resonates well with me. And I can't necessarily do that by talking to someone. I have to sort of get my hands in there and see how it feels for me more than anything at all. So that's why I developed these workshops. So the first one, of course, is a hot topic because everybody wants to learn how to read cards. A lot of people love reading cards. Not a lot of people do it intuitively. We grabbed our deck, it's got beautiful artwork on it, we're amazed by it, and then we study the book. And when we study the book, we put ourselves under so much pressure to memorize what all of those different meanings are, what all of the different cards mean, and in which context. So it's not just the spreads and where things are in a particular spread and what that definition of that placement in the spread is, but it's also what that card means. If you're doing a success reading, as an example, if your definitions are not going to be the same as if you're doing a love reading, or a career reading, or family reading. So there's a lot of pressure to memorize everything that you need to memorize when you're learning how to read tarot or any kind of deck whatsoever. Now, I have a very, very good memory for a lot of things. I do not want to read a book and read tarot based on someone else's interpretation. Sometimes we have to because it's a traditional deck, such as the Thoth or Lenormand, where there's a particular outline that you really should be paying attention to and should be respecting the values of those decks, and in particular the spreads. But if you're like me, you don't want to put yourself under all that pressure. It should be fun. It should be, building your confidence up and feeling really good about being able to read tarot. Then intuitively reading is the way to go. I highly recommend it. So what intuitively reading means is that you pick the card up, have a look at the picture, the colours, see what colour you're drawn to the most, see what the picture is telling you, see how your gut's feeling, all those sorts of things. So in the workshop, Intuitively Reading Tarot, I actually teach you how to intuitively read any deck at all, any deck at all. So it doesn't matter whether you've just got one from the second-hand shop or a pawnbroker, I think it's the term in the Northern Hemisphere, or whether you've got a brand spanking new one that you bought off the internet, or someone gave you your first deck, or someone gave you the deck that you want to learn how to read intuitively. Makes no difference. It's really, really, it's just a cool way to pick those cards up and feel like all that additional pressure is off you. You don't have to memorize anything. Everything just happens and flows, and I can teach you how to do that. So it's just really cool. There's another course as well for numerology, which is just like an amazing skill. Numerology and astrology in particular are really cool if you're struggling a little bit to throw yourselves fully into the spiritual world and throw yourselves fully into all the nuances and all the exciting stuff that you can come across in the spiritual development world, because numerology and astrology have a mathematical backing. They have a scientific backing. You can't have numerology without numbers. You can't have astrology without degrees and minutes, and it's all done mathematically. So if you're struggling a little bit to go straight into the full-on woo-woo stuff, astrology and numerology are amazing. So I've done also a course on numerology, and it will introduce you to the meanings of the numbers, what your soul expression is, what your life expression is, what your personality number, your life path number, how you can see where you're and missing any numbers from 1 through to 9, and what we can do to counteract that and to artificially bring those numbers in to balance out your chart more so you're feeling more empowered in your own life. So numerology is really cool for doing that. Of course, it wouldn't be me if I didn't have an astrology course in there. The astrology course, I know I speak fast anyway, I think I tried to get so much into this course because astrology is such a complex, layered modality. It's just it's an amazing skill to have. But if I go and learn something new, even all the time I've been doing it now, and I know that I'll be gone for 4 or 5 hours, I would just be studying, because in astrology it's like Alice in Wonderland. You just go down that rabbit hole and you're gone for hours, and then it's like, oh my God, I haven't eaten dinner. So it's a very, very cool topic. It's really cool. I touched last week on the 7 sub-personalities of ourselves, and that directly relates to astrology. So I talk in more detail about the Snow White and the 7 Dwarfs and the astrology course, and it's a lot of fun. It's a lot of fun. So yeah, I'm sure you'll like that. If you're anything even closely related to horoscopes or your sun sign, or you just want to know a little bit more about yourself, astrology is a brilliant tool to be able to unravel all those gorgeous layers about yourself. Then I have spiritual tools. Now, spiritual tools is a little bit on the woo-woo side. We've stepped away from mathematics and then the scientific side of the spiritual world. And spirituality tools is about using pendulums, using Ouija boards, for example, using different ways of using pendulums as well. The steps right out from the mainstream kind of spiritual stuff. I know that I'm a medium. I still have a Ouija board. I absolutely love it. I use it with my Santa Muerte deck, and I do a traditional spread based on the Day of the Dead. So very traditional when it comes to that. And I love my Ouija board, but it's something that you need to respect and understand how to use. It's not something that everybody should dive into, absolutely, but I teach you all that respect and how to successfully use a Ouija board and how to successfully use a pendulum and how to tap in to getting a correct answer from your pendulum, because sometimes they can tell little porcupines on you, which can make getting definitive answers really difficult and very challenging and frustrating if we're not careful. So yeah. I call this, it's a little bit tongue-in-cheek, and it has been my catchphrase for a very long time, but the next course is inhale the good shit, exhale the bullshit. And it really is about recentering yourself. The term that a lot of people use is grounding, and just bringing yourself back into this present moment, not getting so caught up in all the peripheral stuff and all the things that are going on around the outside of us and what that looks like, and how to not buy into the drama that sometimes we find ourselves caught in. So inhale the good shit, exhale the bullshit is all about how to bring some really cool affirmations into our bodies and think about them and breathe out anything that doesn't need to be in there. So I take you through a visualization technique in there as well about how to do that. So I know that it's not always easy to break out into tapping, which is something that we also talk in there, so emotional freedom technique. Because, we might be surrounded by a bunch of people, or we might be in the boardroom, or we might be in a very big traffic jam, and it's not always comfortable to be able to draw on some of these coping mechanisms that we have, such as EFT and meditation. So I teach you a breathing exercise that you can do that no one will even know that you're doing it, and that will help you through that process, help you to recenter in that moment so you don't get caught into that reactive drama that so many other people have. You can kind of keep yourself where you need to be, and it's a good skill to have. I've been practicing it for a very long time, and I'm not even going to pretend that it works every single time, because there are triggers. Dishonesty is a huge trigger for me, so I usually go from Zen to Psycho and then back halfway throttle the Zen versus Psycho when someone tells a lie. So, but it's a practice. We're practicing it. So it's something that we do every day until we get better and better at it. So there's also, because of that, a lot of stuff that we bring through, and a lot of the stuff that we deal with as early adults and as we go through our lives relate back to our environment, how we grew up. Was that a traumatic childhood? Was it a great childhood? Did you have the school of the century and just have amazing adults around you? And then when you grew up, you got a real rat bag of a partner, and then thinking, well, that's not, how did this happen? And then similarly, you might have a terrible childhood and you grow up and you meet a terrible person, or you grow up and meet a fantastic person, but you're a little bit rough around the edges and you don't know how to treat that fantastic person because of the environment that you grew up in. So that's ancestral baggage. That's about stuff that we've learned environmentally, something that our parents and grandparents and forefathers and foremothers have sort of put in our DNA, and it seeps through there. So that's a whole topic on how to release that, how to identify it, how to use the emotion code, which is subconscious, it's muscle testing. So subconscious, getting your subconscious brain to work with your conscious brain to get the answers that you need to be able to identify what that baggage is, where that trauma is lying in your family, and to release it. To let it go, to honor it and say, thank you, you've made me the person that I am today, but I don't need you anymore, so rack off, Charlie. So understanding past lives and ancestral baggage, and it really is understanding it. And, I've come from a long line of very difficult family members, and I can go through my life saying, but this happened, or but that happened, and this is why, and justifying being a shitty adult because of my environment and because of the things that happened to the people that were in charge of my environment. Or I can take total ownership for my reactions and take total ownership for and responsibility for the person that I am and how I treat people. So I wanted to do that. I wanted to become a better version of myself. I didn't want that ancestral baggage to impact on my life. So I started healing properly, emotion code healing, and letting go of all of that. And those skills, have stayed with me since I've been doing them, and I put them into a workshop because I want to be able to teach other people the fundamentals of how to do that and how to get yourself to that point that you can still be mad with someone from your past if that's what you want to do, or you can be very hurt, or you can feel that sense of betrayal. But at some point, you've got to switch that off and put your energy into making the best version of you possible. And that's what the topic teaches you about, how to do that, how to claim back your power, claim back your responsibility and accountability. So it's a very eye-opening topic because we want to be able to get right to the nitty-gritty of the issue and be able to release that issue so we can move forward in a confident, healthy manner, and then not pass along that ancestral baggage to our children. So there's also a meditation in there for past lives as well. So sometimes we bring some our soul contract and our north node and our south node are our soul contract in our astrology chart, and we touch on that in ancestral baggage in past lives, because our south node is where we've come from, what we need to let go of so we can move toward our north node, and our soul contract for this lifetime, what our soul needs to understand and learn and grow from to be able to go to the next part of our journeys, or our soul journeys, not our physical journeys. So it's just we touch on that, and we go through a meditation where I can take you down and find the last 6 of your past lives and see what they look like and see if there's anything that we need to let go of there. So it's just a cool, have a good look at everything and where we've come from and where we're going to next. So it's nice. It's just a nice journey. It's a nice visualization technique. There's also invoking the warrior within, which is an empowerment topic. And when I first started having to go online with my business, because it was very word of mouth for a very, very long time, and I really wanted to be able to empower people to become better versions of themselves, to find that warrior within, that they could champion themselves and champion their emotions and champion their reactions and their triggers and understand themselves, become their own best and favorite topic. So I have a business called the Warrior Movement, and it's the movement toward being a warrior, being your own warrior, and understanding what that means. So, of course, up there with astrology, people are my favorite subject of all time, because we can learn so much about ourselves, and all the secrets to the universe's mysteries are within us. We just don't know how to ask the questions, or if we do know how to ask the questions, we don't know how to listen to the response, because we're a lot in our logic brain most of the time. We're not in our spiritual brain, and we don't see the messages. And I'll give you an example of what I mean by this. A lot of people see 1111 or 22 or 33, or I see 1144 a lot, always in that combination, which is just astounding. But the universe is not necessarily saying here's an angel number, here's more balance in your life, here's social environment for you. It's actually saying, hey, whatever you're thinking about right now, we need you to pay attention to your thoughts. Your thoughts are creating things. So when you see those numbers, you go, oh, there's an 11. There's 1111. It's saying, hey, you need to be in the present moment. And that's how the universe gets your attention. You spot that number, and you might be thinking about too far in advance or too far in the past. You're not here right now in this exact moment paying attention. You could even be driving your car. You know, when you jump in your car and you get to the supermarket and you think, oh, crap, how did I get here? How did I get to the supermarket? That's your subconscious brain automatically playing the tape. It knows the way. We're creatures of habit. It knows how to get to the shops. It knows how to get to your parents' house or to your friend's house or to your local tavern or bar, I think they call them over there. So your subconscious brain takes over. And when that happens, the universe will send you little numbers. They send you the 77 because it wants you to go, hello, what are you thinking about right now? And if you see 1111 or 77 or any of those master numbers, whatever that special number is for you, the universe is saying, pay attention to your thoughts. I need you to listen to yourself right now in this moment. So it's not necessarily the number. The number is a trigger, but it's your thoughts, what you're thinking about. That's what they want you to pay attention to. So give that a go next time you're out there and you're just driving around, minding your own business. the universe is trying to get you to pay attention to your thoughts, okay? They're the things that matter most to you. They need you to pay attention. So empowerment is all about working out what you're thinking about, how to bring yourself back into the moment, how to champion yourself, how to not be impacted by the environment that you grew up in, impacted by the abusive relationship that you might be in right now. It's all of those things. It's about being able to claim back your boundaries, putting your rules of engagement in place, letting people know that if you're going to be in my life in any frequency, in any way, shape or form, then you have to abide by my rules of engagement. And sometimes they're conversations, sometimes they're silent deals. Sometimes you align yourself so beautifully with your friends and your partner that your ethics and your moral compass are both in alignment, and you don't need to say, hey, for me cheating is unacceptable, because your partner knows that. Their morals and their ethics and how they view relationships and that commitment they take so seriously that you don't need to explain that cheating is off, is a non-negotiable, is a deal breaker, because they understand that. That's the same rule for them. So, and I teach people how to put those boundaries in place when in invoking the warrior within, and how to get good practice at it as well. I know that when I was single, I was attracting a lot of people that were very similar traits to the relationship that I had left, and I wasn't interested in attracting those people anymore. So I practiced boundary setting on a whole bunch of first date people, and because there was no emotional attachment to them, there was no sense of duty or sense of responsibility to look after their emotions so much. I could be that little bit tougher on a stranger. And I found that was the easiest way for me to start putting some healthy boundaries in place around intimate relationships. And it worked. It was amazing. So all those skills and all those life shenanigans and experiences and challenges that I've gone through, I've created workshops for every single one of them to give you the skills that I've learned along the way. And perhaps they will resonate with you, and they'll help you have a better quality of life and improve your quality of life and improve your relationships. So soul transformation stuff. Of course, there's a mediumship. I see dead people is what I called it. And I teach you how to tap into your mediumship abilities. Everybody's got it. Everybody's got it. I don't think that there would be one person listening right now that hasn't caught a glimpse of something out of the corner of their eye, and when they've looked, there's been nothing there. Or they've just had that funny feeling that they're not by themselves, or they've jumped in bed at night and they're reading their book, and as soon as they put their book away and turn their lamp off, they think, oh, I feel a little bit skittish, I feel a little bit like I'm not by myself. And I teach you how to understand what that frequency shift is, because someone essentially dropped a little stone in your pond, and when they do that, you feel that ripple. So you feel that something's different, but you can't work out what it is. I teach you how to do that. So I see dead people. I literally do see dead people, but not everybody can see them, and that's fine. Some people can hear them. Some people can feel them or smell them or know that they are there, or can interpret symbology. So sometimes spirits, especially if they've had respiratory issues, they will let me know that they've had respiratory issues towards the end of their life, so I can identify who it is that I've got with me. And then they might show me in pictures, or they might show me using symbols of what's going on, or and then I have to interpret it. Sometimes they sit down, pull a chair out, and have a whole conversation with me. Sometimes they huff at me repeatedly until I go and do that reading, like I had yesterday. I had a lady huffing and huffing and huffing, and then when I got to where I needed to be yesterday to do the reading, I said, oh, she's huffing, and then I went, this is the same lady that's been huffing at me all morning. So I teach you how to do that. It's a very cool gift to have, because you turn that little bit of anxiety and fear and you turn it around, and you're able to feel a lot more confident when you get that little spidey sense, that little creepy feeling perhaps that someone else is in the room with you, I teach you how to identify it, how to ask the right questions, and how to move them along if you're not getting any response at all. So how to claim back your power when you're dealing with the spirit world, which a lot of people don't realize they've got that power. Manifesting and vision boards. Now, I've actually written a manual for manifesting because I read The Secret and I read a couple of other books and they terrified me. I honestly thought that if I thought about getting a parking fine, I would get a parking fine, and it freaked me out. I soon worked out that is not the case at all, that you actually need to think fairly consistently, fairly regularly, and constantly pretty much about getting a parking fine for you to actually warrant and manifest a parking fine into your life, okay? So my understanding of how to manifest was very, very different. So what I did was I threw out The Secret, threw out the other two books that I had that were frightening the hell out of me, and wrote my own manual for something that I could understand in terms that were simplified terms. You know, how to actually create vision boards, how to create a manifesting opportunity. The thing is with manifesting is you actually have to 100% believe that you are going to get that. And if you've come from an environment or from a childhood or from a family where you are treated or feel like you are worthless and that you're undeserving, manifesting is hard as balls, okay? It's hard because you already had that mindset that you don't deserve it. So how are you going to trick yourself into thinking that you don't deserve, that you do deserve it, when at the back of your mind constantly you've got this, I'm not good enough. I'm fat, I'm ugly, I'm horrible, nobody loves me, nobody likes me. You've got all those feelings. It's really hard to manifest beautiful things in your life because your conditioning, your habit forming is so negatively geared that it's really hard to reach for something positive and believe that it's yours and you can hold it in your hand. So I teach you how to let go of all of that stuff. I teach you how to identify triggers that are causing you to not be a really good manifester. And then I teach you how to manifest based on where the moon was, what day you were born, well, when the next new moon coming in. It's very ritualistic. You don't have to take your clothes off and howl at the moon, okay? But you do need to be aware that ritualistic stuff, and that's what will stand out for you. That's how you create that manifesting magnificence, basically. So, yeah. And then, of course, vision boards. My whole life is a vision board. Every year I create a new vision board. Every year I tick everything off. And I tick it off as I achieve on my vision board because sometimes we get so caught up in our lives that we forget that we're actually going somewhere. So by me ticking it off my vision board, I'm saying, yes, I've got it. I've achieved this. And I can see that it's actually working. So I teach you how to do that too. I teach you how to create a good manifesting regime, ritual, and I also teach you how to create great vision boards to make sure that you're manifesting into your life what you actually want. And the last workshop is crystal therapy, which is everything crystals, how to use them, how to tap into their frequency, how to use them for intuitive abilities, how to pick one for somebody else, how to pick one for yourself, how to wear them. So if you like any of these workshops, they are $45 Australian per class. You can buy them in a bulk if you like. Please do PM me or check me out on my website, www.insightsbyjanita.com. I'm also on Twitter and I'm also on Instagram, and you will, of course, find me on Facebook. And that's it for me this week. So, again, workshops are downloadable, okay? So I send them to your email and then you download them. They are yours to keep. It is not a login. It's not a monthly ongoing fee. It's $45 Australian per workshop, and you can have it for life. So if you're interested, please do sing out to me. Let me know. Once again, my name is Janita Francis, and I am from Insights by Janita. And it is always a pleasure to be here on A1R Psychic Radio and Moonstruck TV. And
to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome.
Time for the High Frequency Channel with Rebecca Urich. Live from the highfrequencychannel.com.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio.
Or one of our websites,
askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv.
This is the High Frequency Channel
On A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hi, this is Rebecca Urich with the High Frequency Channel, and you are tuning in for transformation. So one of the very first things that I do with my clients is help them to create a vision of the life they would love to live. Now, if you've been listening, you've heard me talk about this before, and I will tell you that it is probably one of the hardest things for my clients to do. It's challenging because what I have them do is I have them create a vision as if it is happening now. So where they might say, I have a beautiful new home and I have the love of my life and we're getting married, or we're married and I've doubled my salary, when in reality in their life right now, they haven't. And the reason that I do that is because I want to open up the possibilities for what could be. Because remember, we live in an abundant universe and there is no such thing as lack. And where you are experiencing lack is in your own belief system. You are the only one holding yourself back, which is it's sometimes hard to hear, right? Your best thinking got you exactly where you are. I know, and that's hard to think, right? Because I hear a lot of us maybe saying, you know, I tried that and the universe doesn't want me to have that. I hear a lot of, well, I guess the universe doesn't want it. And I'm here to tell you the universe wants everything for you that you want. The problem is you and myself in my life, right? It's our belief system. It's our programming that makes us believe we can't have the money, or that we're never going to meet that person, or we're never going to have the beautiful house and all that stuff that we are looking for. So when the next time that you say, oh, the universe doesn't want me to have it, just remember, the universe wants you to have everything that you want. So when I'm having my clients design their vision, I always have them use the sacred name, I am. And I want you to know that when you are talking with your friends, I want you to know how important words are. So when you're talking with friends or family or whoever, and you're saying, I want, to double my salary this year, or I want to meet my new partner, the love of my life. The second word after I is the manifesting word. So when you say, I want to meet the man of my dreams, or the person of my dreams, what you are intending to bring in is what you are manifesting is the wanting to bring in your loving partner or your forever partner. So we want to use words like, I have the beautiful partner, life partner, or all paths lead to my lifelong partner. Or the other part is, I won't, right? I won't do that instead of I can't. So I want you to listen to the words that you're saying when you talk about things that you desire in your life. If you are always saying, I be doing that soon, or that's going to be mine, any day now, or that's what I'm looking to do, or whatever you are thinking of bringing into your life. I want you to make sure that you are using words like I am, I have. You don't even want to do I will, because I will be manifesting that you will be doing something. Does that make sense? You will always be doing something instead of actually doing it. Does that make sense? I hope so. Really important that you listen to your words, that you use words that are kind to yourself, that are about abundance, about actually having everything that you want. Because there is no lack in the universe. The lack that we experience is in our programming and our paradigms. We actually have created our own lack, our own limitations, right? So using words like I am successful, I am meeting the person of my dreams, I am, or I have success in my life, or I have, whatever it might be. Please take some time this week to look at the words that you are using when you're speaking. Okay? And I am ready for my first caller. I think we have Tammy.
Yes, hi.
Hi, Tammy. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm fabulous. You're from British Columbia, Canada. I love it.
Yes, I am. It's
so I am. Is it good? Good. That's awesome. Always good to have beauty around you. So I am an oracle card reader. I source transmission or transmit source, and I am a life coach. Can I help you today?
I'm just basically anything you feel led that I need to know. I'm just at a path right now.
All right.
And just looking for clarity and guidance.
You're at a what? An impasse, did you say?
An impasse, just trying to get unstuck in certain areas and just feel like I'm restarting life right now and just needing some guidance and reassurance in some ways and maybe some clarity.
Okay. Okay, so I am working with the crystal cards today. So you have clear quartz. Do you have a clear quartz at home?
Yes, I do.
Okay, good. So put it somewhere. Crystals want to be in certain places in your house. So I highly recommend that you hold that crystal for a little bit and just ask it where it wants to go, and just let it, you'll know when the answer comes to you, and just let that quartz be there. But what the crystal quartz is letting you know is that it's really important that you allow yourself to feel all of your emotions. So this is something that I work with my clients, is I actually have them do a little journaling. So, with an impasse in your life, you experience a roller coaster ride of emotions. Am I right?
Yeah.
Probably you're experiencing fear of what is next. Maybe I don't know what I'm going to do next. Maybe some sadness of letting go of some things in the past. So what I want you to do is I want you to just really feel all of your emotions. And I don't know if you have pen and paper right now, but I love the saying is name it to tame it. So when you are experiencing sort of an overwhelm of emotions, I want you to name what you're feeling. So, okay, I'm feeling sadness now, and maybe even write it down. So when you name it, like allowing yourself to feel it and to put a name with it actually sort of takes the power away. And then you'll find that it passes through you faster. Does that make sense?
Yeah. Yeah, it makes sense because I practice a lot of mindfulness and stuff.
Okay, great. You're already on the path. So now what I'm going to add to that is just like, if you want to write it down, I always suggest journaling, because then you can look back on the day and be like, okay, I was sad like 10 times, or whatever, you know what I mean? And then you can get an understanding. But just really recognizing what you're feeling in any moment really helps. The awareness, as you know, the awareness is how we heal. And so what you're going to find is when these emotions come up, you're going to be able to allow them to dissipate faster so that you can go back to a place of contentment. But I'm also getting to a tanzanite, which might be a little bit harder to find. I believe those are like really blue or pink. They come in different colors. I think they're like super shiny. Actually, I'm not quite sure. But I want you to know that you are ready to love again. So you've healed. You've done some really good work in healing yourself from past relationships, and that your heart is ready to love again and ready for new love. In whatever capacity that might be. It may not be in a relationship. It might be in a different area. What does that mean to you?
It means probably relationship, because what I did was I stayed completely single for almost 3 years and just started to kind of date again in April.
Isn't that great? So this is like confirmation, like you're ready to put yourself out there, love like you've never been hurt before, right? And, because you're already on this path and the mindfulness and all of that, I think, it's going to be easier for you to meet somebody, because you're going to be more clear about what it is that you want. Have you done vision work, like created a vision of a relationship that you would love?
I'm starting to work on that, and I haven't made a vision board or like a treasure map book, because I did that because I've read Shakti Green, creative visualization and stuff when I was younger. I did that years ago, but I was just thinking about I might start get back into that and do that on like a vision board or a treasure map book.
Yeah. Okay. So so that's usually the first thing that I actually have my clients do. And so specifically for a relationship, I want you to make sure you write down, like, I want somebody that's honest and funny. That's, what do you want? I'm just giving you suggestions, but somebody who is respectful, who listens to me, who cares for me, who takes care of me. What is it that you want? Paint the picture, really get detailed with the universe so the universe can get detailed with you.
Okay, paint a picture with your words and get detailed.
Yes. Like, and then be specific. So visualize, maybe, sharing a bottle of wine and popping some popcorn and watching a movie. I'm, like I said, I'm giving you an idea, but what is it that you would love to do? Like staying up all night talking, or traveling together, and where would you travel to? So you want so not only do you want I want, all the, air, like love and joy and respect, but like specific, like I want, like I said, watch a movie all night, or I want this is the person that I want to be able to call on the phone and be able to share how I'm feeling, and they listen. Or you know what I'm saying? That you see how that's specific. So instead of saying like, oh, I want a man to be with me for the rest of my life, or woman or whatever, that's great, but you want to get specific with your
of the communication that I want, the emotions, the experiences.
Yeah, exactly. Because the more specific you are, the easier it is for the universe to bring it to you. Because when we're vague, the universe is like, well, the universe is a mirror, so it's going to be vague, and it's going to bring you all sorts of different people that are not anywhere. Do you get what I'm saying?
Yeah, I get exactly what you're saying.
Yeah, I love it. And then I also want you to know that your prayers have been answered. So all the great work has opened the door for divine solutions and support. So you are on your way. I would just very much stick to what you would love, right? So if anything in your life, especially if you're bringing in a new relationship, if anything is not an 8, 9, or a 10, let it go, right? Because you've got some really good things coming, and the universe gives us options, and you should never settle.
And I think I've done that most of my life, and so I'm not settling anymore.
Well, and I'm not to exactly. I think that's beautiful. Absolutely, very well said. Don't be hard on yourself or past, because that's sort of what everyone does. But, yeah, exactly. Like everyone's been like, well, he was a 10 on paper, and everyone thought he was great. So I kind of went with, everyone said, and it's like, well, wait a minute. What did I think? When you inside yourself may have known that, this isn't going to last, but you did it anyway, right? That's what a lot of us have been through. So now is the time to harness your power and stay in your truth, stand your ground, and do not let anybody else, and be careful about who you talk to about things, because they, talk to people who, you've been working on with mindfulness. Maybe find a mindfulness partner, or somebody who's doing work in coaching or something to help you stay on track, right? So that, because your friends can influence you in different ways. And I want you to stay true to you.
Yeah, be careful who I share my goals and things with.
Yeah, I love it. It sounds like you're on your way.
Right?
Yeah. Yeah. You're good.
Yeah. And everything else is looking pretty good.
Yeah. I mean, answered prayers, girl. You're ready to love again. Just feel all your emotions. When you become better, when you understand your emotions more, as you move forward into these new things, relationships and other new things, you're going to really have a good gauge of how you feel. So when something comes up, you'll be like, something's not right here, because you have done the exploration within yourself to know what the alarm bells, or this is happiness, this is joy, this is fear, do you know what I mean?
Yeah, and see the red flags, and okay, I don't need to explore why they're there.
Exactly.
They're there, bye.
Yep, next.
Yeah.
Thanks, universe, but no, next. You're going to be good. You just stay true to you, and you are the source of power in your life. No one else is, nothing else is. You are the source of power, okay?
I am the source of power in my life.
Yep, you sure are. All right, my dear?
Okay, thank you very much.
You're welcome. You're welcome. Make sure you like my page, the High Frequency Channel. I do free readings often, so I'd love to catch up on you and see, share with me what is
on the High Frequency Channel.
Yep, that's my Facebook page. Would love to have you on there and share some things that happened to you over the time.
Yes, I would love to look that up. And sending you love and very much appreciation for your time for giving me this reading. Thank you.
Oh, you're so welcome. Thank you for coming on. Thank you for being open to the reading. I appreciate that.
You're more than welcome. Have a wonderful evening.
Thank you. You too. I'll see you online. So our next caller is Gaia. Are you there? Gaia? Okay. So I'm going to pull a card for all of us. Oh, yes. This is a great card. Check this card out. Oops, let's go over here. It is, it's topaz, but forgiveness heals. Time to release repressed anger as it's blocking your health and happiness. Wow, isn't that so true? Remember that forgiveness removes a block in us to love's presence, right? When we hold unforgiveness in our heart, we are actually blocking ourselves from receiving more love. We are blocking our life from being in the flow. We're blocking ourselves. We're actually creating limitation when we harbor unforgiveness. So I always look at forgiveness, compassion, through the eyes of compassion. And remember that everybody on this planet is looking for connection, belonging, and love. And however unskillful it may be, right? If you can remember that everybody's looking for love and connection, they might just be very unskillful at getting it, or they may not feel like they deserve it. They may not feel like they are worthy of love, so they act out in ways that are just unskillful. And so we want to find more forgiveness, right? More forgiveness opens the block in us. All right, we've got Lisa on the line.
Hi,
Lisa, how are ya?
I'm doing great, thanks.
Awesome. So I'm an Oracle card reader. I transmit messages from source, and I am a spiritual coach. How can I help you tonight?
Well, I haven't done this before, so I'm open to any kind of information I could get about my future and about possibly past loved ones, but I don't know if you do that or not.
I usually don't do like loved ones that have passed, but I would be happy to help you with, what is going on in your life currently. How's that? Or future?
Okay, great.
Okay, so do you have a rose quartz at home?
No, I don't.
Okay, so don't necessarily go out looking for one, but if one comes across your path, you may want to consider, you don't have to buy like a major rose quartz, but buy a little one. Are you looking for something about your love life, either a new or renewed romantic love is here? Okay.
I am married, but we have kids living with us, so it's kind of hard to have a love life.
But you can still,
they're all older. I have 3 adult kids that live at my house, so
that's okay. You can you find time to go on a date, go out to dinner or something without the kids? Yeah, because I'm seeing a little increase. So basically, what you're saying is maybe it would be good for you guys to reconnect. Even though you have, older kids living with you, I feel like, once the kids get ready to leave, or maybe they're staying in later and longer, I think nowadays. But I think it's really important that you and your husband begin to reconnect and find some fun things to do. Maybe even throw in a hat a few ideas and pick one and, go do some fun things together.
I think that we could use that.
Yeah, I think so. And so is there something going on where there might be a little fear of other people trying to control you?
Well, everybody does. Everyone thinks I should do this or that, and I have my own path that I want to follow, and I don't feel like I get support in that.
Okay. So what I want you to...
with religion and with my work, and I want to go to school and start a new career, and I don't feel like I'm getting support in that.
Okay, so I want you to connect to your God-given strength and maybe even standing your ground and and voicing your feelings and voicing what you want. So what I'm getting is that you're right. Other people are sort of telling you what to do or what you can't do. And so there's a little bit of fear that others are trying to control you, but you have the power to become aware of that and to shift that around.
Okay.
By standing in your power. So when I have clients that have stuff like this going on, what I would, recommend them doing is, maybe start with something small, something that you want to do that's small. So it's not like I'm going to school and I'm switching religions and I'm, so it doesn't become like a whole, like, and like maybe start with do one little thing because each little step that you take is going to build your confidence to kind of, you gear yourself up for the big change and gear your family up, because as you build your confidence, you're just going to start sort of becoming that person, and it's going to be a natural flow into it. What happens these days is we allow something to go on for so long that by the time it's ready, we make the shift on a dime. We're like, I'm done, and then it's like, whoa, everyone's blown out of the water, and, it disrupts everything. And that, there are certain place and time for that, but you can also just simply begin to take like small steps right now. And that's really going to help you. And this is going to build your self-confidence. It's going to build your God confidence. So that you believe in yourself, by believing in God working through you, as you. Does that make sense?
Yes, it does.
Yeah, so let that energy. Yeah, good. Okay. So they're gonna. We have about 60 seconds left. So I would love for you to like my Facebook page, the High Frequency Channel. I often go on for free readings. I would love to have you on and continue this conversation.
Okay, I appreciate you guys calling me.
Yeah, well, we love it, and I appreciate it
very much.
Yeah, I appreciate you coming on, and I wish you so much luck. I know you're going to do it. You've got this. Okay?
Okay. I appreciate your time today.
You're so welcome. I appreciate you giving me your time. Thank you. Have a beautiful evening. And thanks, everybody, for coming on. I love you. And this is Rebecca Urich with the High Frequency Channel. I will tune in next week. Tune in with me. Love you. Namaste.
to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome.
Time for New York City Celebrity Psychic with Perry Lyons. Perry Lyons. Live from PerryLyonsBrilliance.Wixsite.com/Perry Lyons.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio.
Or one of our websites,
AskOneRadio.com or Moonstruck.tv.
This is New York City Celebrity Psychic
On A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
How are you today? So it's, first of all, I didn't sleep at all last night. Not for anything unwholesome, just because I was behind in a project, and sometimes you got to do what you don't want to do. So my, this past week, it was a high holy days in the Jewish religion. My father was Jewish, my late father, who was a great man. And he managed to marry the least Jewish woman on the planet, aside from like Charo. Boy, did that reference just date me. But it was very sweet. My dad, I've been thinking about him a lot. The high holy days mean this. First comes Rosh Hashanah, which is the new year. Sherry, what year is it now? 5730 or something? We have the Jewish people count from, anyway, it's a different year and a bigger one. So there. It's still 2019 to my mom, but anyway, so Rosh Hashanah is a joyous time, and you eat apples with honey because you want to have a sweet year. But a few days later is Yom Kippur. Some people say Yom Kippur, but that always sounds like fish. I say Yom Kippur. And it's the Day of Atonement. And it's the day that we do something slightly, well, it's not like it's un-American, but it's not very in line with our culture these days, which is where we take a day to fast, and to think about, I like to think about it as, okay, what's gone right in my life? What's gone wrong? Where do I need to be grateful? Where do I need to take responsibility? Because thinking about oneself and actually saying, you know what? Maybe I had a part in this dynamic that isn't working so well in my life. Nobody likes to admit that. Nobody. But it's an interesting day, and I learned a lot this week. One of the things I learned this week, both for me and through others, is usually what we do to, how can I put this? I learned that we project a lot of our own stuff onto other people. Let me be a little clearer about that. So I had a couple of clients this week, and I love my clients. But two of them were talking a lot about how the people they were working for weren't paying them, and were playing tricks with money and stuff like, being like, well, I said I'd give you this. And then they didn't pay me. And I had to do the slightly embarrassing thing of like, remember how I told you it's a certain amount beforehand, because I can see into the future, talk to dead people, it is my job and I'm accurate. But it's really interesting how they were having done to them what they were doing to others. So that was a big truth I learned. Second truth I learned is that everyone looks like their dog. It's just true. Don't even try arguing. And what was the third truth? This is going to be embarrassing if I completely forget the third truth. The third truth, I guess, is that, well, it's hard to change, but it's worth it. And that things are, the third truth was 99% of success in life is just showing up. But what I really learned through a day of meditation was that apparently if you're fasting but you order in pizza, nobody knows, it doesn't count. The other thing I learned was that, we're all naturally self-centered, and we take our own problems very seriously, very dramatically. Oh, so dramatic. As my father used to say, tragedy is when I cut my finger. Comedy is when you fall down a manhole and die. So it's thinking this year about looking ahead, being a little more compassionate and thinking about what other people are going through. And that's pretty much enough philosophical rambling. So that's how I grew up, half culturally Jewish, half going to an Episcopalian convent school, which was great, but a little confusing. Then I became a Buddhist, and now I just randomly pick one thing or person a day to found a small, tasteful 24-hour religion route. A lot easier, no religious force. Hi, darling, you're in Oklahoma, and you're very patient. How are you today? Probably
Hello?
asleep after. Hi, thank you for not nodding off during my meditation on religion. How are you?
Is this a real person?
Yes, last time I checked.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. Because I could have sworn this whole time it was a recording, wasn't it?
I'm from a theater family, so I just talk like this normally. It sounds more pretentious
Oh my gosh.
than I actually am. So
Okay, well, I'm sorry. I had my son's with me, and I was kind of stopping and talking to him every once in a while because I thought it was a recording, but I was listening, but I was talking at the same time listening to you, and I was like, I'm sorry, that's freaking rude. I don't even know if you heard that, but me talking every once in a while, but I'm so sorry.
Don't worry about it. And I often wonder if I'm real too. So.
Well, I was thinking it was like a recording, while I was on hold, kind of telling me about you, and then you're going to answer or something like that. I don't know. I'm insane.
I normally just start the show off with a tarot weather forecast for the week. I don't use the tarot to say it's going to be 99 and rainy, but like a tarot, right? But I just wanted to wax kind of, pretentious and a little long-winded about whatever came to mind. But yes, I'm absolutely real. I don't even have Botox. And hi, I'm happy you're
Oh my gosh. Well, hi. Yeah, I just thought it was a recording of you, but I don't know. I'm crazy. Well, yeah, my name's Tiffany. Yeah, it's 8:00 here. I was confused about the time because I don't know why, but I knew y'all were an hour ahead. But I was still thinking it was 8:30 or it was 8:00, and the readings weren't supposed to start till 8:30. So, yeah. Anyway,
you're a perfectionist. That's very sweet. Yeah, no, that's nice. You like to do things right. So, darling, tell me what your birthday is. You don't have to tell me the date. I won't tell you mine if you don't tell me yours, or you can. But I bond to people through their birthdays. I'm sorry, I'm glaring at my roommate. But oops.
Yeah, my birthday is it's June 25th, 1991.
Oh, I have shoes older than you. You sound so mature. June 25th. That's a great. It's actually one of my spirit guides' birthday. My grandmother. That's the early part of Cancer, so you're very tough and very sensitive. But,
yeah.
So it sounds like I'm assuming those are your kids, right? Or they're not rentals or anything, right?
Right.
Okay. I mean, I'll talk fast if you have to give them back. So by a certain time so you can get the deposit back. I know how that is.
Oh my God. Yeah, I just have one son.
He sounds like 5. He sounds like 5 sons. He's great.
Oh yeah. Yes.
No, that's great.
Yeah, I'm almost to my house and he's in the back seat, and so if you hear toys and stuff, that's what it is. But we're about to go in the house, like we're about to pull up.
That's fine. That's fine. I'll tell you what, while you're pulling over, because I want you to concentrate in your driving, I'm going to grab my cards and show you my routes. Okay. Let me just see what Do you miss Jason's father? I'm sorry. What's your son's name?
Joshua.
Oh, okay. I heard it wrong. Close.
Yeah.
Do you miss his dad? Or are you thinking about getting back together?
He passed away.
Oh, I'm sorry. That's why I got.
Yeah.
I'm so sorry.
Yeah, that's okay. Yeah, so that's I was talking to the lady, I don't know who it was on Facebook, but she said that you guys could do like a mediumship reading, and that was kind of like who I wanted to talk to.
Well, you got me, and I'm good at that.
Yeah. Yeah.
So, just so you know, for future reference, hi, my name is Perry. That's P-E-R-I, like periwinkle. My last name is Lyons. Lyons, Lyons. Wow, he passed. And that was in fact why I said, do you miss? I usually sometimes blurt out stuff I'm not even knowing I'm saying. Did he pass 12? Did he pass 12 to 14 months ago?
Yeah, it was September of last year.
Oh, honey, I'm so sorry. 12 to 14 months.
Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Appreciate it. I never really know what to say when people say sorry. Like, thank you. Thank you for saying you're sorry. Yes. Yeah.
You know, as a culture, we really don't know. It sucks he died, and it sucks he died young, and I know you miss him. So that's a little more real. Oh, yeah, he's cute.
Yeah,
it's funny
exactly.
He had this thing of being very serious and very funny. Like, he had a lot. Whoa, this is an unusual person. I miss him. I don't even meet him. He could be very funny, but he could also have like a lot of dignity and be like very.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Did you think
he was big on?
What?
I was just going to say he was big on like respect. Yeah. Yeah.
Honor. Yeah. Oh dear. I don't want to get too personal. I'm about to ask a really personal question. I'm getting conflicting. I actually am having a hard time getting how he passed because he doesn't want to talk about it, and you don't have to either. Did you guys argue over Joshua's name? Did he want to name him something like Brandon after a sort of a 70s cool cop show name?
No, we didn't actually. The thing was, if we had a girl, he picked the name, and if we had a boy, I picked the name. So there was no problems there. And as far as I know, he liked the name that I picked. But my son's name is Joshua. Just the same as his dad. So I named him after him, and then after my dad, he has 2 middle names, my dad and then a friend of Josh's that had passed named Joey, so his name's Joshua Michael Joseph Griffin. And I think Josh liked that name.
Yeah.
With his passing, nobody really knows exactly what happened, but I do, but lot of people I kind of hid stuff from because he was on a medicine called methadone, and I guess he had methamphetamines in his system.
That's what I thought. I didn't want to.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What
I got was that he was trying. Yeah.
I'm sorry. I don't mean to keep cutting you off.
No, honey. I'm the youngest of 5. I don't know how to talk without interrupting. I don't feel comfortable if I finish a sentence. It's great.
I was just going to say that those two mixed together, and then he had a lung infection, which also he had pneumonia, and all of it together caused a heart attack, and he passed very quickly.
Yeah, he did. I'm sorry, because the thing that was confusing me was the multitude of symptoms, but also that he was trying to get clean.
He
also,
was.
But he was ashamed of kind of falling off the wagon, and
he didn't even tell me. I didn't even know.
Oh, he wanted you to be proud of him, and
I know.
And he had fetal alcohol syndrome too, so he had like a brain predisposition to addiction. It wasn't weak will. It wasn't, but he had fetal alcohol syndrome because his mom drank when she was
I didn't know that. Yeah. I did not know that. I knew that he struggled with it. And he was doing really good. And really his thing was doing pills. So I don't really know why he did meth, but he just did. And I don't know. I think that started towards the end of his life, but I'm not really sure because he hid it for me. I was shocked at the hospital when they told me it was in his system.
Well, I think he had attention deficit disorder. It's what made him so much fun to be around. Yeah, totally.
Yeah.
I have it. It's not a terrible thing, but actually, I think it's kind of useful. But sometimes people who have undiagnosed ADD, they a stimulant will. You know, when I was like 17 and modeling, and guys were giving me coke at nightclubs. For any police officers who are watching, that's Coca-Cola. Just so you know,
right?
No, but everybody else would be swinging from the chandeliers, and I would be like, "I'm going to organize my sock drawer," because it was it was like, "Wow, I can think." So, what's sad is that he wanted to get his life together for Joshua and for you.
Yeah, he did. Yeah.
Boy, was he romantic.
Oh yeah, he definitely could be. He was the more emotional of the two, me and him. But yeah, I thought he had depression, and he was self-treating the depression. That's what I thought. But I knew it was some type of self-treatment that he was doing, because that's like I feel like that's the majority of why people do it.
Oh yeah, you're very wise for one so young and cute.
Thank you.
Often. ADD and depression go together like hot dogs and sauerkraut. That's a very New York thing to say. But it's hard because ADD is frustrating because it's hard for you to finish things. It's hard for you and you feel guilty, and people like criticize you, and and he was very proud, very, very proud man. And here's what he wants you to know. Don't feel guilty if there's somebody coming into your life. This might be a friend of his. I almost want to say his brother, but I'm not going to. But in case that happens, send me $10. But there's somebody coming into your life who you might feel like, should I do this? Also, you are one loyal kitten. And
thank you.
Yeah. Well, you have honor and loyalty. I'm having you cloned. This will only hurt for a minute. It's so nice. I mean, you really do. You have a lot of loyalty, and you don't make a big deal out of it, because people who do are jerks, but you have, you live in an ethical and moral. Your life is about your kid and about figuring out how to make a better life for both of you. And that's, I think, the other thing you called about. Is that right?
I only had the mediumship in mind, really, but
sorry. I'm happy. Yeah. I'm happy to keep doing Joshua.
Yeah.
He was young. He was 27.
He was 30.
Oh, sorry.
30. Yeah. My birthday is in 1991. His is 87, I believe, or 88, 1988. So, I was 27 at the time.
Okay. 1988. That's the Chinese year of the dragon. No wonder he's so proud. Wait, 88, 76, 64. Chinese years of Western and Eastern astrology. Chinese astrology is Eastern astrology. Western is like, I'm a Pisces. And Chinese is like, and I'm a tiger. So he feels like a dragon to me, because he liked sort of pomp and circumstance. He liked he liked events. He liked celebrations and he was, I think he was quite good looking, but it was an unusual way. Almost like, I wish I could just beam this picture into you. Almost like a slightly flat face, but much more attractive. Then I'm making that sound. Okay, here's what he has to say to you in 4 minutes. Yeah.
Well, he's also short. Yeah, he's also short too, so it's kind of weird. Yeah.
Nice shoulders, though. I like that barrel chest. Yeah. He was a hot guy.
I know.
Okay. There are a couple things he does to show you he's around. For one thing, when he shows up in your dreams, that's a visit. That's not a dream. That's a visit. You've also seen him once in passing. You caught something out of the corner of your eye, and you're like, "That's weird." You have a lot of intuitive. Yeah. You might have some Native American way back, or American Indian, whatever, way back in your heritage on your mom's side. So
we do.
Yeah, so that's a very powerful receptor for not like a fetishy or sentimental way. It's like my indigenous American friends are just naturally great at this. They don't even think about it. So you have some of that. People, actually, I think he did too. And tell me his birthday. I've got 2 more minutes.
It's March 27th, 1988.
Oh boy, that's a tough day.
Yeah. Not 27th. I'm sorry, that's my dad's. His is March 2nd.
Oh, he's a Pisces. Okay. Oh,
yeah,
Pisces.
yeah.
We either leave young or really old. It's sort of like there's nothing in between. Take it from a Pisces. He's really, really, really proud of you and your boy, because you've just forged ahead. You don't feel sorry for yourself. That's amazing.
Yeah.
Wow.
Not really for me. I feel more bad for him not being here.
Oh, don't believe for a second that he's not right there. He tends to be a little in back of you on your left side. I'm not making this up because he had beautiful eyes. The color changed a lot. Boy, was he soulful. Yeah. His son is going to he's going to sort of be around. So what I was going to say before is look for signs he's there. It might be, it might be birds or feathers, coins, something like that. Coins and feathers, birds with feathers, birds without feathers, feathers without birds, coins with feathers, something like that. Also, there was a magazine he used to like. Did he like a magazine like Popular Mechanics or something?
It was something like that. Yeah. I don't know the name of it, but yeah.
I know, but that's what me neither. I'm a girl. I don't care. He will show up in your dreams for a visit sometime in the next 2 weeks. He'll probably sit in your bed. Don't get freaked out. He really loves you. You're the only woman he ever loved. And he's not going anywhere. You can move on with your life.
Yes.
His love will be there. And boy, is he going to help that kid. And just very quickly, because we have 10 seconds, here's the deal with asking for help from people who passed. They can't just jump in unless it's a matter of life and death. We can ask them. We can say, hey, when my dad died, I was like, hey, Dad, could you give me some publicity? And 2 days later, New Yorker magazine, which was his favorite, called and said, I'd like to do something in you. And I was like, whoa, that's cool. So it's amazing. It's easier than you think.
Yeah. That's wonderful.
We have to go stay in touch. I'm catching up with people. I'm trying to give people like free 10-minute readings. So get in touch. I'm on Facebook. And just God bless you, my dear. You're going to be fine.
What
and
was
that
your name
kid
again?
is firecracker. Perry, so it's like P.
Yes, Perry, that's right.
Periwinkle.
Yeah.
And then Lions.
Okay.
Lyons. All right, my love.
Okay, I'll
tell
look
me
for you.
Yeah, please do. Get in touch.
What?
Get in touch. I'll
What were you
give you
gonna
a
say?
free 15-minute. Yeah, get in touch. You're very cool.
Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome.
Time for Divine Guidance with Angel Tuzigno. Live from CrystalClear101.com.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio.
Or one of our websites,
AskOneRadio.com or Moonstruck.tv.
This is Divine Guidance
On A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hi, everyone. Welcome to Divine Guidance with Angel. So, last week I forgot to give you a little heads up. You can reach me at crystalclear101.com, or you can email me at cosmicearthangel@outlook.com, or just follow me on my Facebook page, Crystal Clear Holistic Healing and Products. So today, I was shuffling just before the show, and we got the Life Force card. So this card just tells me that everyone watching the show, believe in your dreams and go for them. We have the Life Force. The end of the year is coming. Just rock it out, okay? I want to talk a little bit about our insecurities and our fears and how they stop us from moving forward, okay? We have to remember that sometimes the right risk is worth the right reward. That's a tongue twister. So being afraid of failure, it only intensifies our insecurities that have been in our head, and we don't realize how much that they affect us in a whole. Insecurities and failures play a big role in our views. It's what molds us as we're growing up, of what people say, how people react, how we think people will react. And it holds us back. The failure and insecurities hold us back from actually moving forward and developing the way we should. But as we grow and develop and we learn more, we have the awareness of our fears and our insecurities, which is very important, because once we can realize we have it and we can actually say it out loud, it is then that we can actually do something about it and make changes happen. Okay? So when this happens, we can stop blaming society and the universe and face our self-doubt, and we can move forward in our heads. Okay? And then we can hold our heads up high, and we have a vision that we can follow, our dreams, our thoughts, our bucket lists, whatever you want to call it, okay? And we can live the life that we were meant to live when we were born, okay? So just remember that each baby that comes into the world already has its life path chosen. But as we grow, we pick up other people's fears and other people's insecurities, and we prevent and we push our own path, shall you say, down. And we tend not to move forward because of this. And it's very important that we start believing in ourselves and trusting in ourselves to be able to move forward. Okay, now I'm shuffling the cards and it just popped in my head. I had quite a few people that have texted me and messaged me asking me about the shuffling. Even though I'm not drawing cards, shuffling helps me to get connected to my higher self. And it's kind of a meditation for me so that the messages can come in faster. So I tend to speak fast because the downloads come fast, and then everything's just coming and I don't want to miss. And I just go chip, 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 along with being French, makes it even worse. And then Dave has to make me a little message and tell me, slow down, take your time. But just so people understand where I'm coming from, it's just the way the downloads come. It's like the floodgates open and poof, and I'm just trying to rattle off everything that I'm seeing and that I'm getting in the small amount of time that we have. With that being said, I see we have our first caller, Sue in Newton. How are you, Sue?
I'm fine. How are you?
Oh, I'm just going to raise my volume here. Okay, let's see if I can hear you now.
Hi. I said I'm fine.
Oh.
How are you?
Hey, I'm good. I'm just going to raise my volume up a little more because you're kind of oh, okay. So I have your card, which is the Sacred Self card. Okay. So this card tells me that you're unleashing your spirit at the moment. You're expressing your gifts. So this tells me that you're a very intuitive person. You're very in touch with your higher self. And as well, you're very gifted in the psychic and the mediumship department. Does that make sense to you?
Yes.
Okay. So what were you looking for tonight? Were you looking for anything in particular? Did you have any specific questions, or did you just want general?
General.
Okay. All right. So let's get into this a little bit. Okay. Why don't you trust your intuition?
Why don't I? I do.
Okay.
I always go with my gut.
Yeah, but they're showing me that you've been questioning yourself. Does that make sense?
No.
No? Okay.
No.
I'll just make sure I'm not picking up on on the next caller, because I can get right up there. Okay. Yeah, because they're showing me it's okay. Get in there, your sacred self, your sacred gifts. Okay. All right. So no. Have you questioned yourself? Because they're bringing in that question mark. They're showing me that for some odd reason, you're questioning yourself. And they're very adamant. So I know this belongs to you. So is there something going on that you're questioning at the moment?
No, not at all.
Okay. Well,
everything's pretty secure in my world.
Okay. So let's see. Yeah, they keep bringing that question mark up. Okay, so we'll just move on here. Okay. So
throw that one out the window.
Yeah. Well, sometimes I just park it because it could be for the next caller after you, or it might make sense later down. And sometimes I'll get information that is not happened yet, if that makes sense. So there might be something coming into your life where you're going to question it. That's a possibility. Okay. So, because I get the future as well as I get the past and the present. Okay. So, are you? Okay. Oh. All right.
Uh-oh.
Yeah. Uh-oh.
That didn't sound good.
You're picking up on that, aren't you? Okay. There's a male figure that just popped in. Like, he just, like, poof. There he was. Okay. Now,
who is it?
That's what I'm trying to figure out. I'm asking.
Yeah.
Okay, so he's making me feel like I have a heavy chest. Like, it's not that I'm having trouble breathing, but it's almost like I have a weak heart. Like I'm sluggish. Does that make sense to you?
Is this the past?
This would be somebody who's on the other side.
Yes.
Okay. Now, did this person... Okay, was this person kind of somebody who was of very few words?
Yes, I would say so.
Okay, so that explains why it's like pulling teeth. Okay, he's showing me a truck. Does the truck mean something to you?
A truck?
Yes.
No, not right offhand, no.
Okay, so just keep that in mind because he's showing me a truck. It's a dark colored truck. I would have to say that it's more like a dark brown to a black colored truck.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah, he is a man of very few words here. Okay. So, is this your dad?
Well, it's either my dad or my late husband, but my dad did not have a truck.
Did your husband have
my late husband? Huh?
Okay. So I'm getting that this is more a father figure than a husband, but the father is bringing the truck. Now, I'm getting that your dad wasn't a man of lots of words, let's say, because he's giving it to me in very little bits and pieces and sort of like you figure it out. So I'm going a little deeper.
I got his car when he passed. That's why I'm saying he didn't have a truck.
But your husband had the truck, right?
No, he had a vehicle also. He had a car too.
Okay, so
and those are the only two male figures in my life that have passed.
He's your father's bringing the truck, and he's making me feel like this is an important part. Do you have a new partner?
No.
Okay. Pay attention. Oh, yeah, I'm trying to get this information from him, but it's okay. So if I'm going to kind of paint the picture by what he's showing me, so I could be way out on this. I'm getting the feeling that you are going to be meeting somebody and he's going to have a dark colored truck. And your dad is bringing this person to you. Okay?
All right.
Now,
I'm open-minded.
He's making me feel like you've crossed paths with this person.
Okay.
So it's like you've met him already. But it's going to be like he's going to bring you guys back together in the new year. And I would have to say this is going to be before spring. Because it's not cold outside, but the grass isn't quite green yet. So I'm going to have to go that it's going to be around the spring area that you're going to meet this guy that's going to have a truck. He's going to be coming into your life. Okay? So just kind of keep that open. Now, what does the number 3 mean to you? Because he keeps showing me the number 3. So that can be...
I have 3 kids.
You have 3 kids, okay. 2 of them are boys and 1 of them is a girl?
No, the other way around. 2 girls and a boy.
Do you have 2 grandsons and a granddaughter?
Oh, I got plenty of grandsons.
Okay.
I got great grandbabies.
He's showing me that it's there. So somewhere along the line, there is 2 boys and a girl that are going to need, so they're going to need their grandma, if that makes sense.
Uh-oh. I have raised 2 of my grandsons.
You've raised 2 of the grandsons, but not the granddaughter. Maybe the granddaughter's going to be on her way.
She was adopted. Yeah, no, I don't think she's on her way.
They're going to be needing you. So whether they're going to be coming and asking for advice or whether they're going to be asking you to participate, but there's going to be 2 grandsons and a granddaughter. So 2 boys and a girl, whether it's... Okay, this is going to be...
2 boys and a girl.
So, okay, I'm trying to ask him for more information, but he is a man of a very few
quiet.
words.
Yeah.
But when he makes me feel that when he did speak, everybody stopped and listened because you knew it was important that he meant business.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Okay? So kind of roll with it and kind of remember that this is going to be showing up eventually. And I could be wrong on how they're going to need you, but just know that you're going to be playing an important role into their lives. Okay? Now, are you thinking of moving?
Not at the moment, no. I've been wanting to for years, but I haven't done it.
Okay, so it's coming. You will be moving. Okay?
Okay.
They have heard you and they are going to line it up for you, but it is coming. Now, how soon is it coming? Because that's the next thing somebody will say is, when?
Yeah.
If I'm going to take a shot at it, it's going to be more towards the end of 2020.
Okay.
And it's more in the lines that you need to get more specific in what it is that you want.
Okay.
To do the move, okay? So meaning to say, where is it that you truly want to be?
Okay.
Because they're making me feel like you want warmer weather, but not too warm of weather, if that makes sense.
Right.
You like the heat, but you don't like it too hot.
Right.
And you like the warmth, but you don't like some of the climate issues that come with the warmth. So it's more you have to kind of sit yourself down and kind of get into a position of what is it that you would truly want. Okay?
Okay.
So do you have any more questions before I move on to my second caller?
Health-wise.
Health-wise, you're very healthy. You don't have to worry. You're taken care of quite well. You have minor health issues that come with age. We all get them. They're little hiccups, but you're on top of it all.
Okay. So 2020, I shouldn't have any bad problems ahead.
You're going to have minor hiccups.
Okay.
So it's just going to be minor little hiccups where it could be, your blood pressure might get a little high, or you might overdo it and get yourself under the 8 ball and tired, but it's nothing that you can't handle.
Okay. One more question.
All right. Okay.
And I hate bringing this up, but it's happened a lot. Am I going to lose anybody in 2020?
I'm sorry to say yes. They gave me a yes. Who it's going to be, I don't know. It could be a friend. But there is going to be at
They're
least
not saying
more
family. They're not being specific about it.
They're not saying family. They're not saying specific. They're just giving me a yes, at least one.
One in 2020.
And it's going to be a surprise. Unexpected.
A surprise? Oh, wow.
Yeah, it'll be an unexpected one. All right?
Okay. I appreciate it very much. And
all right.
Merry Christmas to you.
To you too. You have a great weekend.
All right. You too, honey. Thank you very much.
Okay. All right. Bye. All right. So let's go to Amber in Afton, Wyoming. Hello, Amber? All right. So, Amber, seeing we lost the connection, I'm just going to put up your card, which is the intervention and purpose card. That is the divine intervention is occurring for you. All right. So know that you are being guided, and you're a person who things on the positive side. You like happiness. You like the joy. You love Christmas, although they're telling me that this Christmas is a little rougher for you, if that makes any sense. You can always message me later if you need a little more clarity on it, but know that, that issue. Hi, Amber.
Hello?
Hi, how are you?
I'm doing great. How are you?
I'm awesome. I was just giving a little spiel on your card for the intervention and purpose card, so you may want to go back and just listen to the front half of the show. Okay, do you want to know anything specific, or are you just wanting general?
I want something like specific from like my angels or my spirit team or my loved one that passed away.
Okay. Okay. I do have a mail from the other side that he was just popping in before Dave gave me that you were here. Now,
okay.
Was this a sudden passing for him? Because he's making me feel like I was here and then bang, I was gone. Like there was no heads up.
Yeah, that sounds right.
That makes sense? Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Okay, does sugar plum mean anything to you?
Sugar plum.
Sugar plum, anything that's...
Not really, but kind of. I just can't think of where, like, from.
Because he's just bringing, like, he just said the word sugar plum. So know that that's a word, and usually I just spit it out because that's just their way of clarifying that I have the right person for you. Okay? Now,
okay,
girl.
Is it Kurt?
Okay.
What's that?
I'm just trying to ask him to see.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
Okay. No, okay. He was bringing up the fact. Were you crying a couple of days ago?
Yes, I was.
Okay, so know that he was with you, okay, and you felt him touch
that's
you.
Awesome.
Okay, that shiver that you had go down your spine all of a sudden, know that you were feeling him touch you. You were feeling his energy. So this person was very, very close to you and very important to you, okay? So, and it hasn't been that long since his passing, because he's not making me feel like he's been on the other side for a long period of time. He's making me feel more like he's still learning the ropes. Okay? Does that make sense?
Is it, were you able to find out, was it Kurt or is it Trenton, maybe?
You know what? I think we have both.
Oh, both of them.
That makes sense. If that makes sense to you. Because
yes,
I got a
now
yes.
that I think about it, I think Trenton used to call me Sugar Plum.
Hey, so we have both, because when you gave both names, I got a yes on both. So we have actually both of them here. Okay? So now let's figure out who was with you when you were crying 2 days ago. Okay, so we'll clarify this. You were crying because you were thinking of that person, and then you started to cry. So the person you were thinking at the time that you started to cry is the person who was with you.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Yes, that makes sense.
That clarifies, so you know who it is? Because they're both quite cheeky characters, if I have to say. Okay, they both are kind of, they're cheeky characters. They're like they want to play jokes on me. It's almost like to explain.
Yeah, that sounds like them.
To explain it is they're making me feel like they're identical twins and they're messing with me.
Okay.
So were they close in real, like
yes,
in
they were,
this life?
Cousins.
Okay,
And
so that's why.
Trenton recently just passed away.
Okay. Yeah, that's why they're being cheeky with me. They were two cousins that got into a lot of trouble together, so they were the ones that played the practical jokes. They were the ones who would saran wrap an outhouse.
That makes sense.
Okay, so they're both here, so know that they're both with you at all times. Slow down, my girl, because one of them's making me feel like you are heavy-footed and you like to speed. Okay, and did you have a close call with an almost accident on the freeway?
Yes, I did.
Okay, so know that they've seen that and they want you to slow down and not be so heavy-footed because it's not your time to be on the other side yet. Okay?
Okay.
And know when funny stuff starts happening to you and there's no explanation, just know it's them. They're letting you know that they're here. Okay? So if all of a sudden you're sitting there and you feel like somebody hit you, but when you look around and there's nobody around to have hit you, just know it's one of them that's just giving you a little tap. Okay? Because they're that cheeky, they would do that to you. All right? So do you have any other questions?
Is there any message from, like, my angels or my spirit team?
Oh, there's lots of messages, girl. They need you to get yourself grounded, okay? They need you to meditate more. They need you to become more specific in what it is that you want, okay? They're making me feel like they're squirreling out because you're getting so many ideas running around in your head and so many things that you want to do that they want you to start zoning in what is it that you truly, truly want, okay? So that they can bring it to you. They want to bring it to you. They just need you to get more specific with them so that they can bring it. Does that make sense?
Yes, that does.
Okay, so I got about 10 seconds left. Is there anything else you need to know?
Let's see. Is there anything, like, about me and Brandon? Like, do you see me and him getting back together and being able to work it out?
No.
Or
No. Sorry. No. He's not your one. He's not your one, okay? And Curtis and Trent know that. So know that you will be meeting somebody. They'll make sure of it. Just know that he's not your one and don't waste any more time there.
listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome.
Time for Persian Medium I Am Power with Pia Johan. Pia Johan, live from PersianMedium.com.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio.
Or one of our websites,
AskOneRadio.com or Moonstruck.tv.
This is Persian Medium I Am Power
on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
I was at the age of 7. So it was my first grade. Yes, that was my first grade. Actually, it was that I felt that I'm kind of different, compare myself with others in a class. I felt that I feel and see things which kind of weird. It was really weird to me because I didn't know to who I have to talk to. What should I say to my teacher? And how can I explain my experience and my connections to I didn't know at that time what it means. The Holy Spirit, the messages, the things that come to me without I'm asking, or every time when I want to have something, it's just come to me or came to me though at that time. So I do remember I talked to my grandma and I said, I feel that I can hear people, I can see people. Yeah, it was about actually making a decision. It was about that just do something, because every time when someone had some need, believe me or not, they come to me by themselves. I never even knew any of those people, where they are and where I can find them. They came to me, they talked to me out of sudden, and somehow I'm a messenger. And as a messenger, I always has to deliver my message. If I'm not, then I'm getting some punish from God, or somehow some energies come to me and tell me or tell me that you have to, and you did not. So yes, it came so naturally to me. I never decided for any of those messages. Those messages came very easily and nicely to me, and the only responsibility that I have is that I have to deliver the messages. Well, I raised with my grandpa and grandma, so I did not know anything about my parents until I was 11 years old. And my mom and my dad got married, and I was just 9 months when they got divorced. Both of them been very young and very mature, as I heard. My dad never been in Iran because after they divorced, so my dad moved to Italy or in Europe. So, and my grandparents did not even tell me about that I have mom and dad. They just act and also pretend that my mom is my grandma and my dad is my grandpa. My mother is my sister and my uncles is my brothers. So that I heard until I was 11 years old. So I was just around the age of 13 that I started thinking about that I need to do something by my own. And of course, my Holy Spirit and God always was behind me, helped me, guide me, and let me know exactly where to go and how to do. So I started a little business by business, and I felt that, now I became a businesswoman. It's like a young 13 and 14 years old lady that is starting to kind of, feel and sense that she has connection to people. She has connection to God. She has connection to the source that she never ever thought that she could ever go there. like every single business that you could imagine, like computer and other things that I never had any experience of. So yes, I start my real business at the age of 13 and became actually the marketing manager for a big company actually in Iran, in Tehran, as a marketing manager. Yes, I did. Success is you. You are success. Success is everywhere. Success is something that you think and feel and connect into your own abilities. Success is about that you believe in yourself in the first place. Success means that you never let down or let go of anything that you want and wish because someone telling you that you can't. And you know what the most amazing success for me was? When people said, you can't do it, and I did. That means success. I am actually gave me the very nice, beautiful hicks of you are who you are. It just reminds me about who I am. And power is also telling me that get in touch and get connect with your abilities, the power and the gift that you have inside, and try to touch it. And every time when I says I am, I remind myself exactly who I am. And power is telling me what type of power and abilities I have that I can receive and give, or give and receive to my audience, to my clients, to my students, and to my followers. You, my students, my audience, my followers, and those that I don't even know, but I'm talking to them daily, maybe 10 times a day. Sometimes I may not know exactly who they are, but when they're calling me, when they meet me, when they cry, and when they feel that I know them for so long, that is exactly the inspiration. And every time when someone calling and says, well, Fiona, things happened. Well, Fiona, because of you, my life getting better. Well, Fiona, thank you so much. You saved my marriage. Well, Fiona, thank you so much. You healed my husband. Well, Fiona, thank you so much for everything you did. That is exactly the inspiration for me to go and do everything that goes from my power, little by little, to make you guys happiest. Well, it's very funny because I'm actually having, or had, was still a lot of people who is non-believer. And what the funny part was, those who was non-believer, when they was around me, the Holy Spirit and the guidance that come from the add energies is just showing them that they are completely wrong. Things happened that I was with them, messages come from others, so they kind of like being shocked one after each other that, wow, we didn't even believe, we didn't even thought, we couldn't even, you know. So I understand that there is a lot of people that is non-believer, but you know what? This is exactly what I'm telling to people. If you are believing that you are living, that you have blood in your body, that you can move your body from here to the left and go to the right, means that you can feel and sense. And when you get connected to the sense of the energies that you have inside, then you can feel more and more. As you know that animals can feel and sense before any bad things is going to happen, because they have a very strong sense. It depends. If you are a person that trying to, you know, make your sense or see your sensualities in your emotion, your vision, imagination, your subconscious mind, get close to that power, then you can see, feel, and connect to the spirit. If you don't, if you disable those visions, if you disable those beliefs, if you disable that there is nothing as a miracle, everything is all about this, everything is all about that, everything is all about black and everything is all about white, there is not in the middle, what I have to say is completely wrong. Because I could feel and I could see exactly where we stand when it comes to our vision, emotion, feelings, and subconscious mind. If you get close to all of them, you can have and active your psychic abilities and mediumship. If not, it will be gone. So those who don't believe, they may never gonna active or activate the third eyes, the emotion and the vision in their life. So my advice to all of them is about to open up, activate it, believe it until you achieve it. Colors hypno my mind and hypno my vision to what I want to receive as a messages. Sometimes when I have a difficult cases, or I am in a difficult place with client, which I'm trying to help and make them to heal, I am using those colors as a significant fingerprint for myself to receive messages and to give them the messages. That's why I go to my studio and just like closing and shut the door for maybe half an hour to 3 or 4 hours. I'm using all the colors around, I'm playing with them, and I creating whatever I am waiting or they are waiting to get an answer from me. So yes, when I'm painting, I am not here. If someone screaming at me, talking to me, like my son many times, they come and says, well, Mom, can you do this and that? Well, I couldn't even hear them. So, well, my husband says, well, your phone is ringing, so can you answer? I couldn't even hear that because I'm not here. When I'm paint, I'm not here. I'm somewhere else. And sometimes the way that I'm choosing colors, the shape, the idea is not something that I'm choosing before I go in. So every single of those that I paint here in my house, it has some significant fingerprint of something that has to do with some of my clients, my achievement, or was very touchy. That's why I feel painting for me, or to me, was always like, just do it. It's time. Do you want to receive that messages, or do you want to heal that specific person? Please, just do it. So many people ask me about, like, is it a pentagram? Is this something that, is this not a pentagram? Is it not something that people or others use? Pentagon is my technique. It's my technique in between God, me, and Holy Spirit. In between you, God, and Holy Spirit. In between math and the quantum physics. So it's all about many angles of whatever you want to be and wherever you want to go. They guide me, they tell me, both in a science way and in a very spiritual way. That's why I'm using Pentagon as whatever you want me to ask for. And this is a technique that I can't really teach anyone, because this is something that come through me, gave me the messages, and almost after so many years, I received 99% accuracy for the Pentagon reading. And it's all about your real date of birth, and also is about what you want exactly to know, and what type of messages I can receive, and if there is any warning, anything that you should be aware of, the Pentagon will tell you what to do or not to do. I'm working with all law enforcement, lawyers, police officers. Also, I had a couple cases where the highest top. So, yeah, I do. There is a lot of mystery questions about mystery murder cases, about questions that why this person is just like missing for 2 months without even have any sort of communication or connection with the family. The lawyers basically had kind of like insurance company cases, example. They want to know that if that specific company telling the truth about what happened or not happened, and through their investigation, they're going to figure that, oh no, that's not true, because the only things I'm telling them that there is 2 ways or 3 ways that they are lying. The first is this, the second is this, and the third is that. So it's now up to you where you're going to go and investigate. And also when it comes to missing people, it's always a pleasure to helping missing people or family that who has a lot of pain because their family is not around. So yeah, it's such a pleasure when just like trying to use my abilities and my pentagon, of course, to see exactly where they are. And if sometimes fortunate, I can tell them that yeah, exactly where they are, but sometimes unfortunate, I have to just find a body for them and then let them to release and relief from that pain. To me, it's all about messages, and it's all about spirit messages. I dreamed again, and in my dream, I saw a very beautiful, gorgeous lady. I couldn't see the face, but I saw the beautiful white hair, long, white, beautiful hair with the white dresses. And when I say dresses, because she wore a couple dresses through her, it sounds to be that I could see her to transfer from the one place to second place and changing the dress through the white again and again and again and again. And to me, it was about what is the message is all about, why I dreamed about her. And then I didn't know exactly how and which way. Then I asked again, can you please tell me what is all about? Can you just please tell me why I had you in my dream and who are you? So next day, not, but the second day, I dreamed about her again. And she said, where white became light. I woke up and I felt like, oh my God, what is that? And again, I back to sleep. And she come back again and says, where white became light. And it was exactly when I started to heal cancer patients. That was exactly when I started to heal animals. That was exactly when I healed, when I got the result as a healer, that how strongly things got exactly what we want. So, and that was a message to me. If you want to heal people, then wear white. And I felt that, okay, maybe it's just a matter of timing when I'm touching them. But then when I ask, I receive the messages and says, no, until you die. You wear white until you die, because it sounds to me that something activated in my mind, in my body, to be a healer, to heal disease that doctor says there is no way to heal. That's why I'm wearing white until I die. Well, my message to singing people is about don't give up, because and if you guys have any bad experience in the past, that doesn't mean that it's going to continue, because life is just about you, and is about that how you look at the life and your passion what you had. So let's say that people come back and say, well, you know what, I've been hurt, I've been raped, I've been abused, I've been this. My advice to all of them is about stop to say I've been is a past. I don't want you to live in the past, because past is past. It's just going to give you more blame and anxieties. And then what you want to do from now on, do you know exactly what you want from the new guy? Because many of those clients that I have, they may say, well, I don't know, I just want a real man. And who's the real man for you? A real man is about to be a very wealthy man but kind of stupid, or a man that has everything. People says, oh, I want to have everything together. What I says, well, lady, everything means everything to you, but you have to be specifically and significantly know exactly what you want from that guy. So for those who are single today and kind of give up because they don't know exactly what to do and where to go, because there is no man, well, of course there is. And of course you can make it. And of course you can find your twin flame, your soulmate, the man that you are going to be connected for whole life. But it's all about give and receive. For a woman who wants to just receive and be as a receiver, they are not going to go anywhere. Even the man that comes from the Holy Spirit and trying to be a perfect model is not going to make you happy. So you have to first be happy on your own skin before you date anyone. And if you are not happy in your own skin, then please don't date anyone, because you destroy your life and destroy that person's life as well. Be happy in your own skin, and then start dating and feel and receive the moment that you want. So the art, exactly as I said, the art of receiving is giving. I love horses a lot. I did from age 10, actually. I would love to follow everywhere, look in every magazines to see, because to me horses was a beautiful, gorgeous spirit, and I felt like the way that they are, their muscles, their beautiful eyes, they hypnote me, like, you know, like hypnotizing you when you are talking to them. And when I was there for the first time, when I was like touching my first actually horse to see exactly like how it's going to be the feelings, it was just like I think I was 13, and kind of I was scared at the beginning because I was a little girl and that the horse was completely like tall, muscle, and it's like, but the only way that I could connect to that horse and feel completely in love with it was his eyes. So from there I could see and feel the eyes of, you know, every single horses that I could even see through the magazine, through actually, you know, TV shows and everywhere, that I am connected to them. And believe me or not, it was so cool because every time when I manifesting or want to manifest about something, the first things that come to my mind, that was the beautiful eyes of horses. And specifically the first time that I met my first horse at the age of 13, I always remind about that beautiful eyes. Every single of horses has a significant eyes, which telling you about who you are and what to do to get better. Many of horse owners asking me, well, how can you tell to my horse? Because I told him before in the past, I told her, but they are not listening. But they do listen to you right away, right now, and it's all about connection. So your horse and the way that your horse come to your life, it means a lot. That means something for you. That you are connected to your horse in the past life. That means that this horse may gonna tell you something or some messages that many of those owners doesn't know how to connect with. That's exactly what I'm doing. Many of those horses wants to be famous. They are jumper. They want to win. Their owners would love to win. They have a desire to win. Well, but they want to make sure that the horse exactly understood the fact that what exactly his or her desires is, and that is my role to go hypnotizing horses and telling him and her exactly what to do and not to do to make her happiest or feel healthiest or wealthiest, whatever she or he wants. So that is exactly what I did. At the same time, I heal horses a lot. Horses with the pain, emotional pain, physical pain, and any pains that maybe a doctor couldn't really do anything with them. I could, and I did, and I succeed, and I'm happy for that. That's why I'm very connected to horses. I am strongly connected to their energies, and I can do everything that goes from my power to make them, both horse and horse owners, happiest together and having and fulfill their desires. Okay, the way that you guys can see me or talk to me or find me is in 3 ways. Okay, the first way is Avid Advice. AvidAdvice.com is an online platform that you guys could just call, chat, and ask any questions you guys have. Many of you guys may not living in California, or maybe you are located in Europe. Many of you guys may be in Australia, maybe in another state. So it's kind of very hard for you guys to fly here and just say, well, you know, Fiona, can you just ask this, you know, just answer these questions? So you can call and chat with me anytime and no time. I'm always online 24 hours and 7 days because of all the clients that I have worldwide. Then, you know, they're going to be the shortest, the nicest, and maybe for you, the easiest. And the second is my radio shows, which is people calling and listening to my radio shows for half an hour. But unfortunately, not people can find me easily there because there's tons of people that waiting on the line to trying to have a convo with me. And the third one, which is the best ever one you can think and imagine, is a face-to-face meeting in my wellness center with my team in Corona Del Mar and in Avid Awakening. So we do a lot for you guys. We will do and touch your soul, your body, and your emotion and get you closer to yourself. So that's why I'm receiving a lot of emails after that says, well, Fiona, I would love to see you again. I would love to talk to you again and see your team, because after I went home, I just been somebody else. And of course, this person can't come back all the time. So what they are doing, they calling me on Avid Advice after that, and they asking again for other, subject and object what they have in their life, and they want to make sure that if they can make it as a progress. So that is exactly what I'm doing, and that is exactly what I did all my life until now. But of course, Avid Awakening is much better because you are guys going to meet me. We both can exchange energies. We are going to hike, and we are going to see exactly what type of need you have and what we could do to make you happiest, healthiest, wealthiest, and get connected to your own soul. Welcome to Avid Awakening, a beautiful, gorgeous wellness center who will adjust you mentally, emotionally, and physically. Also, it will help you to manifest your finance, anything and everything you desire for. This place is a very beautiful place which is located in Corona Del Mar. So please book your appointment today.
To A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, Enlightening Television. Welcome.
And now, Australia's Psychic Cowgirl with Tanya Reid. Live from AustraliaPsychicCowgirl.com.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/Psychic Radio.
Or one of our websites,
AskOneRadio.com or Moonstruck.tv.
This is Australia's Psychic Cowgirl
on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
G'day, Tonya Reeves, Australia's Psychic Cowgirl, coming at you from Sunday Creek today at home. It is really, really warm over here in Australia today, and everything's drying out. We've still got fires, unfortunately, a bit out of control up around the Sydney area, so I'm sending much love and healing and, wishes that will be brought under control. So those that have been in the threatened areas and lost houses, and, for the people that have, again, we've had lives lost, all sparing a thought for them at the moment. And it's not just, here in Australia. I know that throughout the world we've had a lot of things happening, and it's just been a little bit of a hard time, especially coming around this time of year. So I am sending out a lot of love and healing to all, all areas that need it at this time. So, I hope everyone's week's been good. It's been a little bit chaotic here. Leading into Christmas, it's always a little bit busy. I have been spacing my time slots out, so that's been really, really great. And it's enabled me to have time this week to really start to look at the focus being 2020 next year. So I thought I'll touch on that today, being that this is my last show before Christmas, but I will be back in the new year. I thought we'll focus on manifesting and bringing in things that we're wanting to bring into our lives for 2020. So again, being clear is really important. So that's where, you often hear me say, and probably many others, that writing things down, you can't beat the clarity when you put the word onto paper. It doesn't matter where you put the bit of paper, you can write it down. Gorgeous Leanne, one of a spiritual friend that often tunes in on our Cowgirl Tribe, which is attached to my Facebook page, Australia's Psychic Cowgirl. We've got a great group there, and she was sharing how she found her list. She was playing with her cards, reading for a friend, and she found the list that she'd written, and I think it was 6 years ago from memory, but and so she went through it all and was just astounded at how much she'd manifested in that time, and even part of that was a child. So so she looked back at a list and went, wow, look at these profound points and, how much I've achieved. And so we were, having a chat about that, because sometimes, people think you need a vision board or you need to have things where you're going to see them, but we really, you only have to look at history. And again, this is something that I say to test it out, try and have a bit of fun with it. In that you just, enjoy it for what it is, and, get a bit clear on it is what it is you want to bring in for next year. So writing down, and also, what is working or what has been working great for you this year. Write it down. Like, what have you found that's, just really made a difference for you this year, and the things that you can look back on and go, wow, that worked really great for me. And then the other end of that is what isn't working. So what hasn't been working, or what have you found not to be as favourable for you this year, and do you want to bring that into next year? So again, writing it down, being a bit clear on, your focus. It might be that, I really want to focus on doing X a bit more next year. So I really want to focus on that. And, there's another aspect of my life that hasn't been working. I'm not going to focus on that because, it's just, it doesn't feel to be where I'm drawn to go, or, it's not feeling in alignment. So I'm going to leave that behind. And just be aware of that, but also include that in what you're writing down. Now, for everyone, it's different. For some people, writing a story on what 2020 looks like and feels like for you is a really great way to connect. For others, you can do point form as to what you want to bring in for next year. And just a case of, outline. We just want to outline what it is you want to bring in. You don't need to know all the answers or the steps that you need to put in place at this point in time. We just want to be able to say, hey, this is my big picture, and I'm going to let the universe deliver it. So not forgetting that you are in control of your destiny, but we do need to be clear. So we need to take a bit of time to do that. And I think, leading up to Christmas, you've got Christmas, and after Christmas, prior to New Year, just starting to get the ball rolling into what direction you're wanting to head in, where you're feeling that, you'd like to lift your game a bit in certain areas or make some changes, or where it is that you're thinking, you know what, I used to love doing that, but I don't love it anymore, so I'm going to let that go and make room for something new to come in. So, the more releasing you can do of what no longer serves you, the more room you're going to make for things that you really want to bring into your life. So, and I can share that from experience, and I have played around with this over the years and found it quite fascinating how we manifest things and how quickly we can if we're clear in what it is we want to bring to us. So I thought I would share that because I think it's a message we could all do with leading into Christmas, busy time. We get caught up in many things to do, but just take a moment, take a deep breath, and just connect to your own inner guidance, inner God, whatever it is that you want to refer to as, your higher self. Go for it and just really connect in with what feels right for you. So, yeah, I think it's a great tool to utilize your inner guidance. And if you're not utilizing it, please take a moment to do it, because you will make big changes in your life and you will be a lot happier. All right, I'm going to go on to my first caller, Jennifer in Charleston, West Virginia. Jennifer, how are you?
Yes, hello. I'm fine. How are you?
Really good, thank you.
Good.
Thank you for calling in. So do you want me to focus on anything specific for you, or do you want me to just connect? What are you feeling like today?
If you could tell me, trying to conceive a baby, can you see anything?
Okay, all right. So it's a little bit like the watch kettle. We need to take our focus off that and allow it to happen. Can I say,
okay.
Let me just have a little look at what I'm picking up here. Has there been have you had a miscarriage or something already? Because I feel like you've been close with this before.
Last week. Week.
Ah,
you're spot on.
Okay.
Yep.
Yeah, perfect. Okay, because it's like it's almost like, okay, that one wasn't meant to be, but it's almost like you've had that now, so next time round we will be fine. So I don't see it being too far away. There's something that you've changed since that happening, I have to say, because it's showing me there's some relevance to, with that miscarriage, there was some kind of revelation in that now moving forward, you've changed something around, and that's what's going to bring in the next pregnancy, and all what they're showing me, all will be well. I'm excited.
Oh, good. I wonder if it was something physical, because that was an IVF miscarriage, and we tried naturally this month, yesterday, so I'll find out in 2 weeks. So I wonder if that has something to do with that.
Yes. Yeah, absolutely. It's almost like, that, like I just want you to, like, a little bit like what we were talking about before with bringing things in. So just write down how many children would you like to bring in, and, it's almost like we'll leave that to the universe on how it happens. But it will be different, so I wouldn't be surprised if you're conceiving naturally.
Oh, man, that would be great. That'd save us a whole lot of money, too. Let alone be a lot easier,
absolutely. Yeah, absolutely.
Wow.
So I want to go to number 3 around children for you. So, yeah, I'm like, get cracking, girl, which you are, of course.
You're saying 3? Is that what you said?
Yeah.
You're picking up 3?
I see 3. Yes.
Whoa.
Is there, like, I know sometimes with IVF, and again, this could be totally off track, but I feel like there could be one multiple in there. So do feel like I want it, but I also feel like what she's showing me, is there twins somewhere in either side of the family anyway?
My husband's side, big time. Yeah.
Yeah, because it's like there's something about going back. So don't be surprised around that either.
Okay. Oh, my
right.
God. I can't believe you picked up on that.
I know sometimes with IVF, that can be the case. But, yeah, I just feel like there's something around. And what Spirit's showing me is it's in the family. So it's not just about, IVF and the fact that it's more common to have multiple children. So there's also something, the Spirit's laughing now. I feel like I want to go to a grandmother in spirit. There's a lady stepping in who's very motherly, nurturing, and it's like she's the one bringing the babies in. So it's like family was really important to her, and I feel like she's holding, she's bringing a baby in. So it's like she's in charge of bringing them to you. So I do want to say that
my God.
an aspect of her stepping in today to say, it's all right, I've got this covered. And babies, she loved babies. So it's like, hey, I'm bringing the babies in. And there's a really cute big-eyed baby there. So I feel like I want to go to, maybe there'll be one, the first one will be one child, and then we might be looking at twins, but we're definitely bringing in 3 for you. So it's almost like just release it's going to happen, and the universe is going to deliver those to you in the perfect timing. And the 2 of you will cater so well, I have to say. What fantastic parents. You're already amazing with other children in the family, and it's like everyone is like saying to you, oh, my God, you're going to be the best parents ever.
Oh, wow, they do say that. That's amazing that you said that, because I spoke to a psychic less than a year ago, and she said your grandmother loves babies and she has this baby, and she said the exact same thing you said.
Fantastic.
I mean, that is
love
wild.
That. Yeah, absolutely. And it is all about timing. So, obviously this baby that's coming in now is going to be a 2020, baby. And, it's the fact that she's waiting there patiently to deliver these children to you is pretty amazing. And I love that aspect, the spirit being there ready to go. I've got a hand in this. So it's almost like she just doesn't want you to worry about it. She wants you to leave it to her. And it's beautiful. She's so loving, and I feel like her whole life was all about giving to everybody else, and that's just the way that she was. She's very loving and very nurturing, and it's like you have that aspect to you as well. She's also showing me you need to keep up being creative. So there's something about it that I don't know whether you used to do something creative and you don't now, because it's like she's telling me to remind you.
Oh, my gosh. Yes, I was a pretty good artist when I was a child when she was around, and she loved watching me draw, and I don't draw anymore. I wonder if that's what it is. And writing,
yeah, absolutely.
Too. Maybe it's writing.
Yeah, it will be, because also remember when we I suppose when we're on our path to tuning in with our big picture, and for you it's obviously children and motherhood, when we connect to that creative side, it's almost like we're going out of the overthinking, overanalyzing aspect, and we are going back to just getting in the moment, and that will facilitate, it's almost like a happy pregnancy, a happiness to being able to create something. And when you look at it, pregnancy is a creation, so it's kind of in alignment. And I look at it and go, by you go back to that, and you'll be amazed at what comes from it. So I feel like you'll go back to drawing, and you'll be drawing things that you may not have ever done before, but it's like I'm really connected to that creativity. And I also feel like this child will be the same as well.
Oh, wow. Do you think it'll be a boy or a girl, the first one?
Well, I felt like when she was showing me, I looked and I went, oh, I feel like there's a girl there. But almost like long eyelashes. Long eyelashes, and I had to go, that sometimes can be like very pretty, like very gorgeous, but, there's often boys that look like that too. She wasn't really giving me one or the other, but I did see beautiful big eyes with lovely long eyelashes. And I did feel I wanted to go to girl, but I do feel like with the children coming in, you'll have a mixture anyway. But I feel like, I suppose I want to go to maybe 2 girls and a boy. So I feel like I've got more girls than boys. She's just bouncing that off it to me now. I'm like, okay, all right, we'll do that.
That's amazing.
So,
oh, my God.
Yeah.
Wow, you are good.
Absolutely.
Wow.
Thank you.
I'm going to get a hold of you.
I love connecting with you. And there's also something she's showing me around animals. So where does the connection with animals come with you?
Oh, big time. I'm the biggest dog lover you can imagine.
Sorry, I missed that. What was that?
Oh, I said I love animals very much, and I'm very, very much love dogs. I have a dog that I love very much.
Yeah, absolutely. Because it's like, I want to say, and it's like the animals love you. So it's like you would go into a room and they all go, oh, this is an animal person. I'm coming in to see you, because I feel like I feel like they're attracted to you. It's like you're the Peter Pan and the Pied Piper. Instead of the children running after, but animals running after you. So it's like animals are important. You have a great connection with them.
Thank you very much. You're right about that. You're not kidding. Thank you so much.
That's awesome.
Wow.
You're really divinely guided with this. So it's almost like, just allow it to happen at the perfect timing, because it will happen. And it's like she also wants to hand me, she's showing me there's a certain type of flower. So I feel like this is in reference to her, but she's quite specific about what it is. And I didn't want to, I don't feel like it's like necessarily a rose, because roses are the most common, but there's some kind of flower that's a reference around you.
Okay. Wonder what it is, huh?
Yeah, there's something. Okay. Maybe you're getting flowers. There's something, and it's quite random, because she's handing me flowers. And if it's not, sometimes in spirit they'll hand me flowers being referenced to them or a memory that you had with them. But I feel like with you that she's showing me flowers. So that might be something that's going to transpire, like quite often they like to show me how they know these things, and they'll give it to me to pass on to you. But there's something around flowers. I wouldn't be surprised if your other half comes home with flowers.
Okay, yeah, that's one. I know she likes yellow roses a lot. And they always had daffodils in the yard, but she loved flowers. She took care of roses.
Yeah, absolutely.
So that could be it, or
and also it could be to as a reminder of her, having the flowers around. So because she's bringing this baby in, sometimes, or what I find really great is, especially when she's gone to the trouble to come in and connect with you today, is go and get some of her favourite flowers, bring them into the house, and you're honouring the fact that she's delivering you the baby.
Oh, that's a great idea.
Yeah, because you're honouring a memory, and of course, what's meant to be will be regardless. But it is beautiful to see how much things get amplified when we acknowledge as a thank you to Spirit, thank you for connecting, and knowing that she's bringing in your babies is really beautiful. But yeah, you will find doing that you'll really get a strong I'm connected in with her, and it's things like you'll know when she's around, you'll get that feeling, and you'll also get a lot of clarity moving forward with what's coming in for you.
Okay. Oh gosh, I used to get dreams about her all the time, and I haven't in a while. Hopefully I do again.
Yeah, absolutely. You will, and the fact that she's around and stepped in, basically once we bring them through like that, then it'll amplify her energy being around you. So don't doubt that she is around, and she's here for a purpose, and it's like she's quite proud of that. She's happy to be of service, so I have to say.
Oh, that's so good to hear. I miss her so much. I appreciate this very much.
Yeah, my absolute pleasure. No, you'll sense her around, and there'll be things around the children coming. There'll be little reminders of her. So it's like that's her blessing to you, and it's absolutely lovely to be able to share that, because she is a sweetheart, and it's very important that the message gets delivered right.
Yeah. Oh wow. Oh goodness gracious. Okay, I can't believe that how spot on you were with everything. You just went. Yeah.
Thank you. No, my pleasure. Please let me know. I want to hear when we get the all things are going ahead, and you're pregnant. I was going to say in foal. I've got horses around at the moment. I'm like, oh my goodness. So yeah, please shoot me a message to let me know. I would love to hear, Jennifer. That would be great. And thank you so much for calling in.
Thank you so much. I hope you have a wonderful night, Tanya. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. My pleasure. See you, Jennifer. Okay, now I'm going on to Bobby in Haverday Grace. Haverday Grace? Maryland, USA. Am I struggling with that?
No, you're fine. Hi, Tanya.
How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Really good, thank you. What's been happening with you? Wow, I want to say there's something around. As soon as I heard your voice, I'm like, wow, 2020 for you. You've done some you've made some moves this year.
Yeah.
Good. I'm like, whoa, you've moved mountains this year. It's like, I want to say to you, congratulations, and you are ready for next year, big time, girl. It's like, I'm ready to move. I've moved the mountains, and I'm ready to just step up with this. So is this around your career as well?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
I'm a nurse, and I'm starting a new endeavor January 6th.
Oh, well done. Well done. And I have to say, and it's like Spirit are coming through for me to share with you that thank God she's listening to us finally. So I feel like the way they're delivering that, it's like they've been waiting for you to do this for a long time. And it's like they've been giving you the signs and now she's finally doing it. So I have to say from the spirit world, they're excited.
Oh, good. That's good to
You're
hear.
very well supported. So I have let me have a look. See, yeah, we've got a lady and man stepping in for you in spirit. So it's like they're coming in together, and that's why there's quite a few in the family, and I feel like with them is a tribe of others. So I feel like that the way that they're coming in, there's a big family, or there's generations of family that are in spirit as well. So I just feel like it's they're coming through with the tribe. So I want to say like there's a lot in spirit around. Does that make sense for one side of the family? Yeah. Yep. It's like they've got a heap of them around, and there's actually a lot of wisdom, and they're acknowledging that you have this wisdom and you're going to incorporate that into what you're stepping into doing. So I do want to say with this venture, don't box yourself in, because you're going to evolve this, what you're taking on, that is going to adapt and grow. So there's an aspect of I'm not locking myself into doing just X, because I'm going to include a few other things along the way. And it's almost like you're really going to tap into your guidance to build this to how it needs. So I'm not following someone else's guidelines. I'm actually going to run with what feels right for me, because there's a lot of you gaining momentum very quickly with this. So I do want to say be prepared for it to take off.
Okay, that sounds good.
Yeah, absolutely. It's like this could be anything. So with your making a list for this, I want you to put a figure. I want you to write down what's your big picture for the first year. I want that figure written down, and don't be shy in what you're coming up with.
Okay.
There's also something around I'm getting out of the poverty mindset. So I feel like the way that they're showing me this is, I don't know whether going back generations, things have been a bit of a struggle for this couple with the family. And it's like you're breaking the mold. So don't let yourself get too wound up in the small details. And I don't mean that as in not being, setting up your foundation strong or taking a gamble with it, but it is about being open to bringing in more than enough and a lot of abundance. And it's also what they're showing me is about you feeling comfortable with that.
Okay.
All right. So sometimes the way that's shown to me is sometimes, we grew up in an environment where there's maybe limitation in the abundance area, or, we've always had enough but just enough. And for you, It's like I have to break that mold. I have to go, you know what, I'm happy having more than enough money. I'm happy to have enough wealth to be able to afford the things I want. And I'm going to happily drive the car that I want. And I don't have to feel bad about it, because this is what I deserve. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
So this is about...
I totally resonate. I totally resonate with that.
Yeah, and a lot of us can, because it is hard when we've grown up with that mind, we've got that paradigm of that's the old belief system, and it's almost like we've just got to let that go and say, right, now I'm changing that up a little bit. So for you, and I would also, with this business and with you starting on the 6th, is treat yourself every week. And I don't, whether it's an extra special cup of coffee or a book or something, I want you to reward yourself along the way. And it's almost like that's a way of thanking, it's about thanking the universe for the abundance and knowing that there's way more to come. So that there's an aspect of every week reward yourself, very important.
Okay. Can I ask you said that there was I'm sorry. You
right.
said that there was a man. You said there was a man that had come forward. Do you get any more information from him?
Well, the one that's come forward was with a lady, so it's almost like with him, I feel like, okay, let me see. I think the one you're asking for hasn't lost their partner. Is that correct? Whereas the two that are coming through have. So I almost feel like I want to go to the which can be a little bit generic, but the grandparents, but they're both passed. So it's like they were coming through together. There is another male on his own. And when they're on their own, it's almost like there's not, they've not had their other half passed as well. So it's almost like, can I ask, is it your father coming through who you're asking about?
Yeah.
Yeah, because it's like he's different. He's different to the other two that have come up. But let me just get through with him. There's a lot of pride around him. There's also an acknowledgement with him stepping in around, he wants to acknowledge something to you. So I feel like I want to say to you, thank you for even with, almost like not putting up with him, but I don't know whether he was difficult towards the end and he wants you to know that he didn't mean it, or there's some kind of apology there.
I think it's he left early. He was only 43.
Yeah. So did he not look after himself? Because I just feel like he's a bit regretful around something around his passing.
He was a smoker, and that contributed to it.
Couldn't quite get that.
He was a smoker.
Oh, yeah.
And that contributed to it.
Yeah, okay. Because it's like he regrets that. And it's almost like he wants to say it's time for you to live it up. And he does let you know that he is around. So I want to go with him. I'm looking up at something. So I don't know, have your lights been flickering? Or there's something looking up that he's saying to me. I give her the messages. So please take note of that. It's like he's giving you the signs he's around. And he's saying, of course I'd be around you. Okay, especially around, I feel like not just Christmas, is something around birthdays or something. I'm going to have to wrap it up because I've run out of time totally, but know that he is around. He's sending a lot of love and he wants to say it's a very happy occasion coming up for you.
Okay, thank you so much.
Okay, and know that he's there. Thank you and good luck. You're going to nail it with this business. Much love to you. Okay, Tonya Rees, Australia Psychic Cowgirl, signing off. Woohoo! Thank you.
to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, Enlightening Television. Welcome. And now, Reverend Elliot's Magical Window with Reverend Elliot. Live from magic-works.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Reverend Elliot's Magical Window on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Greetings, fellow seekers of truth, wisdom, and light around the world, around the universe, off into space, into other dimensions, the multiverse. All of you guys, welcome. Welcome to Reverend Elliot's Magical Window with me, Reverend Elliot, where we get together every Wednesday at 11 Eastern, 10 Central, 9 Mountain, and 8 Pacific to look through the magical window of the tarot, find out what's going on in our lives, what's coming up in the future, and what we can do about it. The key is what we can do about it, because if there was nothing we could do about it, what would be the point of looking, right? I mean, who cares? If you're doomed, you're doomed. You know, you may be doomed to a good time, maybe doomed to a bad time, but you know, you can change these things. That's the whole point. It makes no sense to look into the future if there's nothing we can do about it. So what we're going to do now tonight with a few callers is look into the future the way it is now. After you get a reading, the future will be different. The future will always be different because now you have more information. And that's what it's all about. A tarot reading is information. That's why I tell people there really is no such thing as a bad tarot reading. I mean, that's why they over-dramatize them in movies, showing people getting a card reading that says you're going to die at 11:50, you know, on a railroad train. You know, well, I never take the train. Next thing you know, the person is on a train and going to die. That's movies for you. That doesn't happen with real life and tarot cards. Otherwise, people wouldn't have been using them for hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of years. The oldest surviving tarot cards we have go back to the 1400s. So this has been going on quite a while. Some say it goes back to the library at Alexandria, which was destroyed in ancient Egypt. They say that the tarot cards just might be the last remnant of that wonderful library where, the repository of 500,000 books. You know, there was an interesting law. You speak about laws, you know, we have loads of laws, and everybody, well, how can I phrase this? There was a law in ancient Alexandria that if you arrived in Alexandria and you owned a book, get this, and you owned a book, you had to give that book to the librarian, who would then copy it and give it back to you. Sometimes they would give back the copy and then keep the original, which is, you know, people never change. We still have people who do things like that. I knew a guy who had his home. He came from a famous show business family, so he sent his home movies to a well-known TV talk show host who was a merchant of nostalgia, shall we say. And when the guy returned them, he returned copies. See, so this is just like Alexandria. People just don't change. People are people. So anyway, that's where the repository, all the books in Alexandria, they had 500,000 books there. And we don't know to this day who burned them. Some say the Muslims burned them. Some say the Christians burned them. Some say the Romans burned it. Nobody knows who burned any of that stuff. It's lost to time. But there is a persistent theory that a book was smuggled out. And that book was put into the form of playing cards and handed to the gypsies so that nobody would ever suspect that it was a very deep philosophical book. And that's considered the tarot cards. That's one of the origin stories of the tarot cards. There are many of those. There are many. I love reading the origin stories for tarot cards. I think I may even just make up one of my own and join in with the tradition of making up stories. But there are so many of them, I wouldn't know what to do. Maybe I'll link it to UFOs. Who knows? It might as well. They've linked tarot to everything else. Might as well link it to flying saucers. The beauty of the cards, though, is there is no bad news in the cards. There's just news. There's data. There's information. You may not hear what you want to hear, but that's good too sometimes. I think you'll notice if you're a regular listener to this show that most of the readings, if not nearly all of them, turn out great. You know, they're very positive and upbeat, and there's a reason for that. And I've been trying to think about it, and I think it's because people who call for a reading, they know what the problem is. Now that's 90% of the battle right there. Most people don't have a clue what's going on. And if you can identify what's happening in your life and you can deal with it, you're 90% home. You know, you're there. You're gonna deal with it. And that's the other thing. Calling up somebody and asking for help, that shows that you're willing to deal with a situation, and that puts the odds of things working out well on your side. However, there are times when the reading will show something that the person doesn't want to hear. And we can handle that too. We can deal with that. We can do magical work to send out positive energy. We can use there's a magical book that almost everybody has in their house. They just don't know it's a magical book. It's the Book of Psalms. And I'm always armed with a textbook right by the microphone here so that I can pull out something from the Book of Psalms that may help a person in a given situation. So that's what we're going to do tonight. We do that every night. Every night. I'd love to. But we do it every Wednesday at 11 Eastern, 10 Central, 9 Mountain, and 8 Pacific. That's how I tell the time now. I do it in 4 time zones. Not to mention the time zones in London and Australia and India and all the places I've gotten calls from. So why don't we get into the calls now? I'm going to get ready to do this now. I'm going to light some incense here. Yeah, smoldering now. I've got some frankincense going, so it's nice and churchly here. I've got some candles going, and I'm going to now ring a bell 3 times to declare sacred space. But before I do that, I just want to get in that if you want to know more about what I do, go to my website. Check it out. There's like 60 pages of great stuff there. Look at the occult jewelry. I just put up some really nice new stuff there. It's talismans and amulets that'll take care of any need in your life. We can discuss that too at some point. So here comes the bell to declare sacred space. Now we're going to pull back the curtain on the magical window. And the first caller tonight is Ashley in Kentucky. Hi, Ashley. You're on with Reverend Elliot.
Hello. How are you?
I'm doing well. How are you tonight?
I'm doing good.
Well, maybe we can make that a little better. What do you think? What would you like to look at?
Really anything that pops up. I'm pretty open to any information at this point.
Okay, well, you know, these are some interesting cards, and I've got to ask you a couple of questions. The first is, have you had a lot of troubles lately?
Yeah, in a lot of different areas.
Okay, because let me tell you, I ask you that because there's a card here that means that the troubles are over. That's why I asked. Now, of course, in order for troubles to be over, which is a great feeling, we have to have had troubles to begin with, which is not a great feeling. But this is the Ten of Swords, and it's a card that card scares a lot of people because it looks like somebody's dead, but that's not what that means at all. It shows a person lying in the mud face down with 10 swords in her back. Now, that's pretty gruesome, but what it means is the worst is over. It means that life threw its worst at you, and you can get up, and you know you'll be beaten a little bit. It hurts, but but the worst is over. Now, was it family trouble?
I am struggling the most with family, finances, relationships.
Okay,
just kind of finding my ground.
Well, the main card I have here is the Three of Swords, and that's a card of great sorrow and pain. And that is a card that generally means trouble within the family, but you know something, you don't have to discuss any of that. The main thing is that the card is the Ten of Swords, that first one here, which is the one that the worst is over. The next are an Ace of Rods and the Page of Coins. Now those together symbolize a new career, a new work possibility, and a new income stream. So if you've been looking for new work or a new career or career change or advancement in your career, those are the cards for you because that's what's coming up.
Okay.
Now, there's also the Ace of... the Ace of Swords is here also, and the Ace of Swords indicates a new way of thinking and a new way of seeing the world. And you mentioned you wanted to find your ground, and that's what that card is about. And taken together, you have two aces and a page. Those are beginnings. You're entering a time of change in your life with new beginnings, and it should be very exciting.
Okay, good.
Now,
I'm in
the
graduate
Seven of
school right
Cups
now,
is
and I
here.
got a teaching. Okay.
Mhm. So you got a teaching position?
I have a teaching assistantship. I'm a graduate student right now, and they offered me a position to help with classes while I'm earning my master's.
Well, that's good. You see, that's the whole thing about a new career, and that's the Ace of Rods, and that's what you're going to theoretically you want. That's what you're getting your master's for, is for work, right, and career, and you're entering a very good phase. There's going to be changes in the way you see the world. There's going to be changes in your attitude and your mind, because the swords are mind, mental activity. There's the Page of Coins is the definite appearance of money in your life, and the Ace of Rods is the beginning of new career work. So I think you've got some really good stuff coming your way. Now, you've sacrificed for this, and that's the card that I have here, which is the Hanged Man. That's a card about somebody who has sacrificed one thing in order to get something else. That's a very strange card in the deck. I rarely get it in readings. It shows a person hanging by a foot upside down on, sometimes it's a tree, sometimes it's just pieces of wood. But when you turn the card upside down, the person is no longer hanging there. The person looks like they're dancing a jig and they're happy. It's a fascinating card for that reason. Almost everybody who looks at that card, the Hanged Man, immediately, even if they don't know anything about tarot cards, immediately is tempted to turn it around, and they see a really happy card. So this means that the results are going to be good. You're going to get a payoff for all the sacrifice that you've made in order to get where you're going. Your future is a time of change and a time of hope. That's the Star. Now you have a lot of things going on here, and all of it is positive. So I think you're going to handle it. But again, the important point is the worst is over, according to these cards. I hope that makes you feel a little better.
Yeah, it does.
Okay, is there anything else you want to look at?
I just wanted to see potential career, because I just started my master's program. So I was kind of hoping to see.
That was in there. That was the Ace of Rods. That's telling me that there's going to be a career that there's a new career opening up for you. So that's definite. That's coming. So that's why I was surprised when you told me you were although I shouldn't be surprised. I've been reading cards long enough to know that they tell me these things, but I never take them for granted. That if you're a master's student, that's going to open up the doors for you. The card I have here in terms of that now, just in terms of what you ask right now, is the Sun. That's a major card. Just like the Hanged Man was a major card, this is a card that means growth and healing and health and happiness and joy. You're going to get what you want. I don't see any speed bumps here at all. From your life from here on in, that card that said the worst is over was followed by nothing but good stuff.
Yeah,
so
I've had a really difficult couple of years.
Yeah, that's why I asked you if you'd had some hard times lately because of that card, the Ten of Swords. Look, I just shuffled up the cards and I got the Ten of Swords again. That's when the cards do that. They're letting me know that we're on the right track here. That's reiterating the worst is over. Life threw its worst at you, and you're still here. So that's you're really headed for a very good time here. You're going to have a new way of thinking, a new job, new money coming in. You're gonna be a new you, and you're gonna love it. That's what I see. I see nothing but happiness. I had cup cards later on, and I had the Ten of Cups, which is perfected happiness. You're really right on the track. Look, I just was shuffling the cards up again, and the card on top again is the Ten of Swords. This is the third time now. These cards are saying the worst is over, so I believe it, and you should also. Okay.
Okay.
if you need anything else, because I know it's hard to believe, especially after a lot of hard times, you can always drop me a line and I can pull a few more cards for you. I'll give you my email now, and you can also contact me through Ask One Radio. You can do an internet search for Reverend Elliott's Magical Window. You can get to my website, magic-works.com, magic-works.com. There's a contact form there. My email is asktarot, as one word, asktarot@earthlink.net. So, get used to it, because there's good things coming your way. and I think you're going to really like it. And you're not even going to remember these hard times. Okay, Ashley?
Okay. Thank you so much.
My pleasure. And remember, these are your cards. So you can, if you feel like it's, if it starts to fade, just go to the Ask One Radio archive tomorrow, a day or so. This show will be there at askoneradio.com, and you can hear it. You're the first caller, so you don't have to wait too long, and you can hear the call, and you can hear the reading again. Now, again, I'm going to leave you with this, because I had the 10 of Swords, which means that the troubles are over, and I had the 10 of Cups, and I just was shuffling up the cards and got the 10 of Cups again. So these two tens are about perfection. The 10 of Cups is perfected happiness. You got a good time coming for you, and I know you deserve it. So hang in there, okay?
Okay. Thank you so much.
My pleasure. Thanks for calling. Bye-bye now. And we'll shuffle them up again for the next caller. You're listening to Reverend Elliott's Magical Window with me, Reverend Elliott. Yeah, you hear those cards go. I'm using what I usually use. I'm using the Aquarian Tarot by David Palladini, which was the very first deck I ever got. Now, this is not the first deck I ever had. The first deck I ever had, I pretty much wore out doing this show too. I was using that in my very first tarot deck. I was using it on this show for years, until they just started falling apart. I got to do something with that deck. I don't know what I'll do with them. I want to do something. Maybe I'll make a collage out of them and frame them. That might be interesting. One more shuffle. And Natalie, right here in New York City. You're on with Reverend Elliott. Yeah. Hi, Natalie.
Hi, how are you?
How are you doing tonight? I'm doing well. How are you?
Thank you. I'm doing great.
Good. Where in Manhattan are you?
On the Upper West Side, right by Central Park.
Oh, beautiful. I grew up in that area. I grew up on West End Avenue, if you call that growing up. If what I did is growing up. Yeah, I'm in the West. I'm on the West Side now. I'm a lifelong West Sider. I made one mistake and moved to the East Side briefly, and it was horrendous. Then I came right back to the West Side, right by Central Park.
Come on home.
I had a little place at 96th Street, just off Central Park West.
That's
right where they
literally
blow up
around
the balloons
where I
for
live
Thanksgiving
right now.
Excellent. So what can I look at for you, neighbor?
I was looking at just the prospects for, I've known someone for over a decade now, and we've been in and out of one another's lives for that long. And I just got out of a really long relationship about this time last year, and me and this person reconnected, but there's always certain things that hold us from uniting together. So I was wondering, is this for a certain reason, or are we just supposed to be in one another's lives as support systems?
Well, let's take a look at what we got here. Let's see what we can have in terms of what's going on here. Because that's a good question. That's an excellent question. That's a beautiful kind of thing for the cards to look at. The first card I have is the Temperance card, and that tells me that there's balance in your life with this person. That there can be many ups and downs, but there's balance. The next card, these are all, the three cards I pulled, by the way, are major cards. Now, the 22 major cards in the deck of 78, and for three of them to come up for this question means this is a very important question in your life. The next card is the Magician, and that is, the person has all the tools. The Magician is the one who draws spiritual power down to the earth and uses that and uses it here wisely. I'm hesitating here because I just pulled another card, two more cards, and they're all major cards. So this is definitely a really important question. The Sun is a good card here too. For I had the Sun earlier. The Sun is a card of growth and healing and happiness and joy. That's followed by the High Priestess, which tells me that there are spiritual depths in this relationship. And the Fool is the next card. Now, the Fool is a very important card. The Fool, if there was a bad card in this reading, which there isn't, the Fool would negate that. The Fool is a card that the gypsies mean, they say it means the beloved of God. Now, you look at the spiritual aspect of this. You have the Fool card, the High Priestess, and the Magician. This tells me that together there's a great deal of spiritual energy in this, and it's healing energy because of the sun, and it's good energy because of the Temperance card, which means it's balance. I think you work together very well. Look, I just pulled one more card, and yes, it's another major card. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 major cards. You just got 6 out of 22. And this is the card of justice. This is similar to the Temperance card of balance. Justice and balance, they have scales, they have everything equaling out. This is a very interesting situation. This is really something. You're on the right track saying that you two have something going that's important. So see what you can do. See how you feel. See what you get from each other, and explore that, because this is a wonderfully, wonderfully positive set of cards.
Oh, that's so good to hear. I mean,
do they make sense to you? Look, this is getting ridiculous almost. I pulled one more card, and it is yet another major card. It's the World. That's the card of assured success. So your lives are going to be intertwined in one way or another. You've already had 10 years or so together, in and out. It's going to continue. Your lives are going to mesh. Your lives are going to be working for each other. This is a look at the nature of what exists when the two of you are together, and it's all that good stuff. It's called synergy, actually. It's an overused word. A lot of people forget that Buckminster Fuller came up with that one, which is it's a term that began in metallurgy. It means that when you mix 1 and 1, you get 5 instead of 2. And that's what you got here. That's what I see in this relationship. The two of you together are really more than the two of you together. And that's a very special thing. And it may not it may not be a conventional relationship, but it's certainly going to be an exceptional one. I'll give you that.
Oh well, thank you.
And you recognize it too. But you know that, right? I think everyone listening can tell by the sound of your voice that you know that that's what this relationship is like, right?
Yes, it's been formed since we were teenagers into now early 20s, early mid 20s, very important chapters in life, just continually going through it with one another.
Well, this is going to continue, and it's going to grow, and it's going to age with you, and it's going to be very good from what I see. I want to pull one more card. Well, there it is again. It's the World, assured success. I shuffled them up. That's why I pulled another card. I shuffled them up, and again, I got the World. So you've had nothing but major cards here, which tells me that this is the dominant theme and influence in your life. So go, just stick around here and see what you can make out of it, because it's a gift, and it's a spiritual gift. That's the main thing. There's a lot of spiritual power in these cards that you got. So,
oh my goodness, thank you so much.
You're both quite young, so you've got a great future ahead of you. Thanks for calling. Okay.
Yeah, thank you so much.
My pleasure. Bye now. Now, where are we? Let's see. We're going to shovel them up again. What a wonderful reading. Now, remember, folks, there are 78 tarot cards, and only 22 of them are major cards, and I just got 8 cards here that were all major cards. When that happens in a reading, it means pay attention. It means this is a very important issue. And what a wonderful question. I mean, the overall nature of that relationship just looks so beautiful, and I see so many good things coming out of it. You're listening to Reverend Elliot's Magical Window on the Ask One Radio Network, and I'm going to give the cards another shuffling here. And we'll go to Amanda in Prince George, British Columbia in Canada. Hi, Amanda. You're on with Reverend Elliot.
Hi, how are you?
I'm doing well. How are you tonight, Amanda?
I'm good.
Good. Well, maybe we can make that a little better. What would you like to look at?
My future, I guess. I don't know. Like financially.
Okay. Well, let's see. Your future.
Yeah.
I will shuffle them one more time. And let's take a look. Because we're all approaching the future at the same rate. 60 minutes to the hour. Now, okay, this is a good card. The Six of Coins, that's a card of money coming your way. The next card is the Eight of Rods. That means it's going to happen fast. Are you considering moving or changing locations?
No.
Okay, I'm asking that because I got a card that has I have a card that has two meanings. One is literal and one is metaphorical. And it is the Six of Swords, and that's about getting from here to there through your own willpower, through your own energy. And it generally means bringing about changes in your life, but sometimes it means moving. It literally, sometimes these cards mean exactly what they say. So overall, what I'm getting is that that you're making changes in your life, and you're going to be successful at that, because that card is sometimes, the Six of Swords is sometimes called science, because it's about using the mind to get what they want, to get what the people want. Now, the next card is the Page of Coins. That's the same thing as the Six of Coins. The Page of Coins means money coming. I have two cards here that mean the appearance of money, so keep an eye out for that. There is money. You want to know what's in your future? I see money in your future. And I see that, like I said, the Eight of Rods, that means it's happening swiftly. It's going to happen soon.
Okay.
Anything else you want to look at?
I don't know. I don't know. How about...
Well, let me see what else.
Do I go to school? Yeah. Anything.
Are you going to what?
Do I go to school? Like I've been planning to go to school?
Well, let me see what I've got. Well, I'm getting more... I'm not getting practical stuff here. I'm getting like stuff about you. For instance, for instance, I've got here the Seven of Rods, and that's a person who can get obstacles out of the way. It's a person who's not stopped. I have the Empress card, which is a card of a person who makes things happen. It's a card of fertility. It doesn't necessarily literally mean having children. It means making things grow and making things happen. And I have, this is a perfect card to follow that, the Eight of Coins. It's about a person who starts a new job, starts some new work, and does so well at it that they get rewarded for it and recognized for it. It's pretty good. I also have the Four of Rods, which is a card of a happy home. So what I'm seeing, because you asked the general question about your future, and what I'm seeing is the possibility of new work. You don't let anything get in your way. You're able to deal with whatever comes your way. You're making changes in your life that you are conformed to what you want your life to be like. And there's money coming your way. That's the overall thing that I see. I hope that helps a bit.
It does, yes.
Okay, let's see if I can pull one more.
And also, do you do medium readings? Or you do, like,
no.
Is there any...
Well...
No.
I do now and then, but it's not a specialty of mine. I leave that to the cards. In all honesty, you'll find other people on Ask One Radio who are really good at that. And what I can do, I look at the cards, and if I don't see specific cards, like say the Death card, then I don't connect. And usually I do see that card, though. That's the funny part. If you want to give it a shot, I will, but I'm not feeling it right now. I'm feeling more future-oriented with you.
Yes.
With you, I'm seeing way more in terms of future-oriented.
Okay.
Okay. Is there anything else you wish to look at?
Not really. My love life.
Well, that I can answer. That's That's easy to do because you've got the Knight of Cups, and the cups are about romance, and the cups, that was the next card in the deck here. I was wondering if you would ask about that. The Knight of Cups is about a new relationship coming, and it's going to be, what's the word I'm looking for? It won't necessarily be stable because it's new, you know. It won't necessarily be it'll be a bit up and down. It'll be tempestuous. It'll be good, but it will be. It won't be static. I'll tell you that. That's for sure. And but that's coming soon. But that's followed also. Let's see, by the Page of Coins again. That's the money card. So I'm seeing that there's romance and money in your future.
Mm-hmm.
Now, let's see what else we have here for you. The Ace of Cups. Yes, definitely there's romance in your future. The Ace of Cups is definitely a card of romance. So you're really, you're right in the ballpark for that, and you're ready for it, aren't you?
Yes.
Well, that's good, because that's what I see as coming. And let's see. Let's just confirm that with one more card. We'll pull out one more card and see what we get. We get... Oh, that's interesting. Well, this just confirms the other cards. This is the Wheel of Fortune. That means this is a time of change in your life. And that's what I've been seeing is change. The change in terms of the money coming in, the change in terms of a new romance, change in terms of work. You know, the future is going to, this, yes, in general about the future, and what I'm seeing is a time of change. So that's good. And it's good change. It's not like change that's going the other way. This is positive change, and I think you'll like it.
All right.
That's about it. That's about all I can see, but it looks good to me.
All right. Thank you so much.
My pleasure. Thanks for calling. Bye-bye now.
Bye.
And we'll shuffle them up. This is the time of year, by the way, that a lot of people want to know what's coming up in the future, because the future, meaning the year 2020, is just around the corner. And that's the time that a lot of people get readings. And that's why, I think I mentioned this in the last show, I do this time of year, because I do, as you guessed, I do private readings for people. I do that a lot, and they're reasonable. They're not highly priced. I try to make things affordable. If you go to magic-works.com, magic-works.com, you'll see the price schedule there. You can also see it at my Facebook page. You can see it at Psychic Faces. If you don't know Psychic Faces, you should check it out. It's a wonderful social media site for like-minded people who are psychically, esoterically inclined, and you can meet other people, and just like you get to psychicfaces.com and you can find me there. But aside from my regular low prices, I think that's how they say it in the commercials, I always, this time of year, I have a sale, so I'm taking 15% off of those prices. And that is because so many people get readings this time of year, I might as well make it a little easier. And that's my year-end special. So if you contact me for a private reading, we can do it anywhere from 15 minutes, a half hour, an hour, whatever you need. That's not by the minute. We have a flat rate that you and I agree on first, and now it's 15% less. So check that out at magic-works.com, magic-works.com. Loads of stuff there, too. Loads of information about magical stuff. I have to build up the page about candle magic. I kind of let that go. I haven't built that one up yet. I'll do that this week. And that's just one of my favorite things to do is candle magic. I make my own incense, too. And I make my own oil compounds, which I use to anoint candles. I love doing that stuff, too. If you ever want some good incense for a specific purpose, let me know, and I'll be happy to make some for you. You can contact me again at asktarot@earthlink.net. Now we're shuffled up, and Melissa in Toledo, Ohio is next. Hi, Melissa. You're on with Reverend Elliot. Melissa, are you there?
Yes, I'm here. Hello?
Oh, good. Hi, Melissa. Yeah, hi, Melissa. How are you doing?
Hi. I'm having please help me.
Well, what can I look at? What can I help you with?
I'm want you to help me with tell me about my relationship with Kevin. I want you to tell me about my job. More about my relationship with Kevin than anything. Where's this going in 2020? And tell me about my job in 2020.
Now, do you see what your job is like?
I want to know what my job and my career is going to be like in 2020.
Okay, well, let me tell you, though, the first set of cards I have here are pretty sad cards. I mean, are you having a problem? Are you having difficult? I got 3 sword cards here, and let me tell you, these indicate problems. Not you, but something's going wrong around you. The first is the Eight of Swords, and that's a person feels stuck and isn't able to move, and feels really restricted. The next is the Nine of Swords, and that is a card of sadness and sorrow. And what I'm most interested in is the Seven of Swords, because that appears to be the source of the problem. And the Seven of Swords is about somebody who's sneaking around, doing you damage, who's not being fair with you, who's treating you badly. Is that going on in your life?
I'm not sure. I have those thoughts, but I'm trying not to think that that's happening.
But you sense
there's a possibility.
Yeah, but you do sense that somebody is, let's be honest, working against you is what this adds up to. I don't see that often in cards, but I do see it here. And I do see that is the root of it all. Now, I'm going to look at some more cards underneath that one. Is there anyone in particular you have in mind?
That what?
Who's anyone in particular who you think might be doing these kind of things? Is it causing you problems?
Well, my boyfriend, who I've known for 20 years, and I've been with for 4. We have this relationship that has a lot of issues. He has a lot of baggage. He has a lot of. He's very damaged from his childhood.
Yeah.
And I'm madly in love with this man.
Well, let me tell you, this is a very delicate reading, and this is going to get into a lot of stuff you might not want to discuss in front of a lot of people. So let me put it to you this way: I do this once in a while. Why don't you send me an email at asktarot@earthlink.net, and we can continue this off the air. I mean, I'll give you a call if you want to. And we can do that because I see this, what I'm seeing in the cards here is stuff that you may not want to discuss in front of a few million people. It's like that, right?
Okay.
So my email is ask. I'm not going to. Obviously, I'm not going to charge you for it. It's not going to be like a reading. We'll just continue this reading, and we'll do it off the air, and of course free.
Okay.
But I'm seeing a lot of personal stuff coming up here. So that is, you can contact me through askoneradio.com. There's a way to contact me through that site, through magic-works.com. You can go onto your search engine and type in Reverend Elliot's Magical Window, and you'll find all kinds of ways to get in touch with me. But the direct email is asktarot@earthlink.net. And I will be happy to then... EARTHLANK, earthlink.net, and I will be happy to continue this with just you and me in private. How's that?
Okay, so it's asktarot@earthlink.net.
Right, ASKTAROT, asktarot@earthlink.net. Or you can just pop over to askoneradio.com and find me through that also. Okay?
Okay.
And do that anytime you're ready. You don't have to hurry up. If you want to be in a hurry, that's fine. But do it when you're ready. If you want, this is an open offer to discuss this with you privately, and you will have my undivided attention. And we won't have a few million people peeking over your shoulder. How's that?
All right. This is bad stuff, huh?
No, it's not bad. It's just personal. So it's very personal stuff. It's not. I'm not seeing anything bad. Just I don't know how much of this you want to get into in front of people. So I'm a little shy about that because it's very personal stuff. Okay? Nothing to be scared of. Nothing at all.
Okay.
At earthlink.net.
At earthlink.com.
Yeah. Okay. Do that, and I will get right back to you when I hear from you.
All right, then. Thank you.
Okay. I look forward to talking to you. Bye-bye now.
All right.
And let's shuffle them up. I've done this a couple of times since I've been doing this show. It's nothing bad, folks. It's nothing. I'm not seeing anything horrific. But what I'm seeing is really personal stuff. And sometimes I don't feel comfortable discussing it in front of a whole bunch of people. So that is in a sense my call. But all shuffled up again. Michelle in Newark, Delaware is on. Hi, Michelle. You're on with Reverend Elliot.
Hi, how are you?
I'm doing well. How are you tonight, Michelle?
Fine, thank you.
Good. What can I look at for you?
How about employment?
Okay, let's see. Well, that's pretty good because the cards I'm getting now are rod cards, and rods are about work. Rods are about career. This is the 10 of rods is the first card I have, and that's about a person who feels pretty much overburdened and overworked. Is that how you feel, or are we getting off on the wrong foot here?
No, that's right.
Pardon? Oh, that's right. Okay.
That's correct.
Now, are you looking for new work? Because the next card is the Page of Rods, and that indicates a new line of work.
Yeah, I'd like to. Yes.
Okay, so that's good. That's the cards are confirming that. The next card is probably what you want to hear. It's the Wheel of Fortune. That means that things are going to change. The net card after that is also rods. I got 4 cards here of rods. The cards really like you. You ask about career and work, and I get the rods, so that's perfect. The 5 of rods is here. It's about stiff competition, and the 8 of rods tells me that when something new is going to come, and it's going to come fast. It's on the way, in fact. So if you've been putting out feelers about new work and a new job, it's being considered very strongly, and something new is in the works and coming your way.
Oh, okay. That's wonderful.
Because what I'm seeing is that feeling of being overworked and overburdened, that's going to leave you, and it's going to be. Here's the Ace of Coins. That means it's going to be more lucrative. You're going to be making more money. The aces are beginnings, and the coins, it's the beginning of more money. So I think you're on the right path here. It's funny how you ask about work, and I get all these cards about money and career. I just pulled one more, which is the Page of Coins. The Page of Coins and the Ace of Coins combined mean that definitely there's more money coming your way. So you're going to get something lucrative. You're going to get a good job. You're going to lose that feeling of being overworked and overburdened. But it's going to be a highly competitive thing. You might not get it right away, but you are going to get it according to this. There's going to be stiff competition, but you'll prevail. You'll get what you want.
That sounds wonderful. Thank you.
My pleasure. I think that's good news. So you look forward to that in the coming year. Let me know how it works out. Keep in touch with me. Okay. Thanks a lot for calling. And you've actually become the last caller. Oh, wow, look how fast the time went by. Unbelievable, folks. You're listening to Reverend Elliot's Magical Window with Michelle in Newark, Delaware, who's got a new career and new work coming in the future. And now we've just come to the end of the line here. So let me tell you a few things that might be helpful for you all, folks. Everybody listening, if you want to get in touch with me, I know that everybody who wants to get on the show can't because we only have a limited amount of time. You can drop me an email at the email I mentioned earlier, asktarot@earthlink.net. AskTarot, asktarot@earthlink.net. And remember, you can take advantage of my sale, my annual year-end tarot reading sale, in which I knock off 15%. And to tell you the truth, if you want a little more off, you can just let me know also. I don't let money get in the way of these things. It's not right. I don't, I'm not going to stop everything just for the sake of money. If you need a little extra off, just let me know. No problem at all. That's asktarot@earthlink.net. Now, I also like to tell you that we're coming up to the end of the year, and a lot of people look for New Year's resolutions. I'm not a big fan of New Year's resolutions. I just think that puts too much pressure on us. But if you want to see, look, if you're interested in changing your life for the better, I guess we're all interested in changing it for the better, get over to mojoacademy.org. That's the website with some fabulous books that will improve your life. There is a book there that will improve your life. And now I'm talking about books like Reverend Elliot's Magical Window, which is the same as this show. That'll teach you how you can read tarot, just like I'm doing here. It's the kind of book I wish I had had when I started reading, and that's the kind of book that I think will help get you on your way to doing just what I do. And it's very rewarding. It's a wonderful feeling to be able to read for people and help people, and get a measure of control in people's lives, and not just feel that the spirits and the fates are beating us around from one thing to the next. You can see what's going on, and tarot is a wonderful way to do that. Great people in history, like the psychiatrist Carl Jung, he was fascinated with tarot. He saw it as an extremely wonderful way to get into the nature of the mind. So I discussed that in my book. Now you can see that at mojoacademy.org. If you think that you have psychic abilities, you can check out a book there called Hunches. Hunches by Lloyd Kenyon Jones is the best book I ever saw about developing and recognizing and developing psychic abilities. Check that one out too, because that is a book that has changed so many lives. Now here's something special. Here's something really special. This is back at Amazon. Can you believe it? This sold out. I had no idea that it would be that big a hit. But there's a set of books called the 10 Lost Books of the Prophets, which really has it's crammed with ancient lore and knowledge and magical work that can teach you how to do that. These books were out in the 1930s, and then over the years they kind of fell into disrepair, and they 10 books came out as one book with about 1,000 typos in it. But we've restored that book, with that set of books, and it's now available in 10 books. 10 books of 32 pages each. Check that out too. You can see that at mojoacademy.org, or you can go to amazon.com and click on 10 Lost Books of the Prophets. If you go to mojoacademy.org, though, you'll see the best way to get these books at the least amount of money. They're not cheap. They're not ridiculously expensive, but they're not cheap, because this was a painstaking job of reproducing them, the books, cleaning them up. This is digitally restored from a 1938 set of books that luckily fell into my possession a few years back. And this is a dream of mine, has always been to do this. And these books sell out fast. You can buy the whole set at amazon.com, or you can click on a link at mojoacademy.org to go right to the printing plant. And not only will you get them at the printing plant for less money, you can get them at your own rate. You can get one or two at a time, or you can get them all at once. You can do it any way you want. And I have a checkout code over there that lets you knock off another 15%. That's probably where I got the idea of doing 15% off on my readings this time of year, because 15% off is pretty good for these books. Check out 10 Lost Books of the Prophet. If you're feeling powerless, folks, if you're feeling powerless, I want you to remember you have the power. You don't have to be a victim of circumstances. You have the power. And there's a book I wrote about exactly that. Now, you want to see some stuff from that book, you can check my website, magic-works.com, magic-works.com, and look at the page that says you have the power, and look at the page that says mind power, and look at the page that says healing power, in which I discuss. I wish I had time to go into this, but you'll read about it at a few years back. I was diagnosed with an incurable disease, a painful incurable disease. I knew something was wrong because I was screaming in agony, and I was diagnosed with a painful incurable disease. And I'm here to tell you that within a couple of months, that disease was gone. And the doctor was confused. The doctor was mad at me. The doctor was baffled. The doctor came to the conclusion that I didn't have the disease after all. So there, this is the modern medical science. They don't take the mind into consideration, although there's more of that going on now as they study the placebo effect, and they find out that the mind can heal the body. The mind has the ability to heal the body. Now, don't ever use this kind of stuff as a substitute for competent medical treatment, but if you go in for, it's well known that people who go in for medical treatment with an attitude like they're not going to succeed, that doesn't succeed. You can read books like Norman Cousins' book, Anatomy of an Illness, which you can find the movie Anatomy of an Illness with Ed Asner. You can find that at my website on the page that says Healing Power. Just click a button and you play that movie. This is why I'm interested in tarot. This is why I'm interested in the occult sciences, because they deal with the mind. Now, that's usually a bad thing. People say, oh, this is all in your mind. Everything is in your mind, folks. Everything is in your mind. The reality around you is what your mind creates from instant to instant, from the input that your nervous system takes in through your eyes, through your ears, through your nose, through your skin. And from that, we create the environment around us in our brain. Think about that. It really is something that we build. How many people have you known who go through life with a horrible attitude, and what happens to them? Horrible things happen. How many people have you met who go through life with a happy attitude, and happy things happen to them? Oh, bad things happen to all of us, but it's how we deal with it. It's like the difference between saying, I did a bad thing and I am a bad person. See, that alone, that is a distinction that a lot of people don't make. We all do bad things from time to time. It doesn't make us bad people. And you can find out all about that and the mind. And you look at that book at mojoacademy.org. It's called Bending Spoons with Your Mind and Other Miracles of Mind Power. Now, I didn't write that so you can go destroy everybody's silverware. Go from house to, you don't get invited to dinner very often if you do that. But it shows you that your mind is very powerful. I've said this before, I'll say it again, magic-works.com. Scroll down to the bottom of that page and you will see me, a video of me turning a wheel without touching it, telling it, stop, start, go left, go right. It's a beautiful little video. And it was a spontaneous video. It was just something done spontaneously. That's why it's pretty low quality, but it's just me making that energy wheel move. It's a psi wheel, PSI, psi wheel. Psi, of course, is science talk for things they don't understand. So I want you to remember, if I can get one thing across to people in doing these shows, is that you have way more power than you know. You don't have to be a victim of all the horrors that everybody tells you about, of all the news that's bad. Have you ever? When was the last time you heard really good news? It's always designed to bum you out, and don't allow that to happen. Don't let your attitude be ruined by people who have a vested interest in ruining your attitude. Doesn't it get you? I used to watch the network television news, and they would have one depressing story after another, and in between they would have commercials for anti-anxiety and antidepressant medications. Well, of course I have anxiety and depression from watching you, is what I would say to that. But no, there's so much more to life than that. And if I could recommend a book that is the most eye-opening book that I ever put out, I would have to say it's The Bending Spoons with Your Mind and Other Miracles of Mind Power. That's at Amazon.com. That's at the printing plant. You can see how to get that at a discount, too. If you go to mojoacademy.org. Oh, there's a whole bunch of books over there. Wonderful stuff. More stuff all the time. If you want to get in touch with me off the air, as I've said several times tonight, asktarot@earthlink.net is the email. asktarot@earthlink.net. Earthlink, good old-fashioned email. See, I've been using the internet since it was steam-powered. I am kind of old-fashioned. I've aside from the pocket watches that I have a sundial that I wear on my wrist. I have a pocket watch that opens up into a sundial, and I have a little sundial I can carry in my pocket. I love telling the time by the sun because we got to be one with nature. It's the big thing today, right, about the environment, but people don't mention that we are the environment. You can't separate us from the environment. Well, I could talk on for 2 more hours of that, but I have to go now. And remember, go to magic-works.com to see any of those 60 pages there with loads of information on occult work, and contact me at asktarot@earthlink.net if you would like to just chat or have a private reading. I've got to go now. Remember, time flies. It's up to you to be the navigator. Bye-bye now.
Hi, I'm Ron, and thanks for watching Moonstruck. And now A1R on the air. Psychic Talk Radio on Moonstruck TV. Enlightening television.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Aussie Goddess Show. I just want to say a quick shout out this morning because we've been undergoing some really severe bushfire stuff here in Australia. Where I live, we've been inundated with, we've had quite a few fires close, but it's been very smoky, and I know that there's a lot of people who've had to be evacuated and a lot of animals at the moment that need some help from us. I understand that probably it's happening in the States as well. It's been a very dry, hot year this year. So I just want to send my love out to those people who've had to leave their homes or, leave their pets or whatever they've had to do. It's very difficult. And I know that the other day the smoke was so bad where we live, and we're some 30 kilometres away from the fires. So please, my heart goes out to all of you. I hope that, you stay safe, and we see some rain soon. It's been a long time since we got good rain. So anyway, on to the show. So first off, I want to say thank you to all the people coming over from my YouTube channel to support me. And it's been lovely to have all your comments. I have a couple of people on some of the other social medias that say it's lovely to see me. And I think I'm not so comfortable about seeing myself, but that's okay. That's why you just don't see me much on YouTube. It's only my hands doing the readings. So I'm going to do a quick reading, and then we'll take a couple of callers this morning. So, okay. So let's see what's happening today. Let's have a little look. There's a lot of planetary movement at the moment. If you're a Capricorn, you're going to probably feel it most. I think that most of the planets are in Capricorn around our birthday. I think I've got a couple of planets returning on my birthday, so lots of changes. Okay, let's see what's happening. So today we have the Hanged Man coming out. So the Hanged Man talks about some sort of situation that you need to look at from a different perspective. The Hanged Man's sort of like the universe putting us in a bit of a holding pattern so that we can look around us and really understand, what's happening for us at the moment. I'm not sure whether to put that in front of my face or next to my face. So, but the Hanged Man's a really good card because this has given us the opportunity to take a different perspective on something, which is so important sometimes. Okay, behind that I have the Star coming out. So this is really beautiful. This is something with the Hanged Man and the Star that talks to me about, understanding that you have a destiny, understanding that there are things on your pathway, but maybe at the moment you're going through some sort of healing process to move forward. This can be around, perhaps some sort of grief and loss that you've been through, can be some sort of situation where you need to take time out to really understand that things are on your path to help you grow, help you move in a different direction, but also to help you to open yourself up. Okay, so this is what we're doing today. I do have the Queen of Swords coming out behind that. So the Queen of Swords can represent that you're dealing with an air sign, a Libra, Gemini, or Aquarius. But this is often about our energy. This is, our strengths here, being able to see things clearly, move ahead with clarity, and certainly cut things out if they're not bringing us in what we need here, and not being afraid to say, I don't need that in my life anymore, being able to move forward, especially if you're trying to understand here with these other cards what direction you're going in and how you want to live your life. I do have the Four of Swords coming out next. So of course, the Four of Swords is about taking time out, meditation, and really sort of recuperating, giving yourself the time to really get deep inside yourself to understand what you want. This is your time at the moment. This is your time to really decide what you want in your life, what you don't want in your life. You're coming to some sort of crossroads here, coming to some sort of decision on how you move forward. I do have the beautiful card of Temperance coming out next. So this is about bringing balance back in. So maybe your life has been a bit unpredictable, a bit unstable at the moment, and that sort of means that you're trying to sort of bring something into you that you feel more comfortable, more stable with. So definitely changes happening around you. We do have the Tower card coming out here as well. So there's a bit of an upheaval. Now, I know a lot of people look at the Tower and they get a bit freaked out by it, but this is a chance for us to rebuild our foundations. This is a chance for us to, rebuild what we want in our lives. So very much today about being self-focused, understanding what you want to bring in, whether that's love, a job, but trying to work with the universe, trying to create with the universe something that's going to bring you a lot more balance and joy. I feel like this year's been a very tough year for many people. I've heard many people say that they'd be glad to see the back of this year. It's been a big year of loss for people, a lot of transitioning, and a lot more sort of spiritual understanding. So people are becoming a lot more aware of the power they have to co-create with the universe. So today is a day of self-reflection, going inside, having an understanding, being prepared to cut things out and move forward in a way you want to. Okay, so we have Dorothy in Pikeville, Kentucky, USA, ready to talk with us. So are you there, Dorothy?
Yes, ma'am. How are you?
I'm very well, thank you. How are you?
I'm doing okay.
Excellent. Okay, so what do you have a question for me, or can I help you with something today?
I guess I just need some spiritual guidance. I don't, it's what I'm seeking. I don't know how to ask necessarily what I'm asking.
Okay, so what would you like some help with? You tell me what's been going on for you.
Relationship's been tough lately for a while due to some family issues. Once the family I was part of, now I'm not allowed around due to some circumstances. And made things really tough and strenuous between the two of us because it's caused a lot of anger between the two of us. So, and then I've had to lay back off school for a little while due to some health issues, and plus this as well. It caused some moving, it caused a change of everything. Everything changed.
Yeah, and this is a time for change. It seems that the universe is trying to shuffle us all back to our destined paths at the moment. So a lot of people experiencing quite a lot of change in their lives at the moment, which is emotionally very difficult to cope with. I do see things changing for you, probably coming up in February. There seems to be a bit of a time in between, so I'd say the universe is giving you a bit of time to sort of you're in a bit of a sort of a quiet space at the moment, let's call it that. Because you're trying to, it's like you're trying to process. So you may be very much a processor, but it feels to me like you're trying to go through things to understand. Sometimes the energy is better if we just let it go and we just go with the flow rather than trying to fight it. But it's natural instinct to fight against things, which is very, very difficult, and that would make you very emotionally tired. So I would say, you need to sort of tackle one thing at a time at the moment. You're beautiful. I can see you trying to do too many things at once. So trying to perhaps sort out what is the most draining or straining for you and just work with that energy first. Otherwise, you become very scattered, and that it can bring you down a little bit and make you feel a bit sad.
I feel like I'm already sad.
You're sad, yeah, I can feel that energy. So maybe just picking out one of those things and just focus on one rather than trying to tackle too many. And I know that's your nature to do that, but you're spreading yourself too thinly, and it's going to wear you out.
Yeah. Yeah, it's exhaustion. I'm not able to sleep off.
Yeah, and I can hear it in your voice, but I can feel it in your energy. Maybe concentrating on your sleep at the moment, trying to make sure you're getting enough sleep and rest, because your mind is just going 1,000 miles an hour. So, So you need to be kind to yourself. Remember, this is your life. This is what you're here for. And this is about looking after yourself first. Now, I always talk about being on the aeroplane when they say your mask drops, you put your own mask on first before you can help others. So try not to put others before your own. I feel that you've got a couple of people around you that expect a lot from you, and I think it's a time for you to learn to say no to that, and try to look after you, because if you're not around, they wouldn't have anybody anyway. So this is a time to really focus in on yourself. Self-care is really, really important where you are at the moment. A nice hot bath, go for a massage. What was that, sorry?
I wanted to get back to my career. I was in beauty school, and I only had 4 months left. That's not much.
Yeah.
That's the time that I've already consumed.
Yeah, and I do feel things getting sort of somewhat back to normal by around February. So you've just got to sort of plot out the next couple of months. So it's not even that. It's probably, maybe several weeks to get back into some sort of more stability for you, because it's very erratic at the moment. But I see things turning around for you in February, and I think it will be a slow turnaround, but I do see you getting results around about February next year. And then things will start to move back along again, because you're very sort of stuck at the moment, and that's why it feels like change is, quite overwhelming for you. But yeah, by February, I see you really starting to see things coming in. You may get a message you've been waiting on probably early in February that might give you a little bit more it might give you a little bit more insight as to why some of these things have happened.
Okay. I've been looking for an answer, that's for sure.
Yeah, and I think, by about the middle of next year, you'll be looking back at this time thinking, wow, that was a tough time, and I'm glad I've put it behind me. So, everything will be back in its place by then. But sometimes we get stuck in life, and the universe wants to move us in a different direction, and we can't see that, because when we're in amongst it all, it can be quite distressing and sad. But once we get into the new situation and we have all the beautiful things coming in, we look back and we think, that was a tough time, but wow, I had to go through that to really understand my own value and the direction I wanted to go in. And that's where you'll be in around about June. You will grow. You will grow dramatically from this. I can promise you that. And as long as you try really hard to go with the flow, don't fight it. Just understand that things are being put in place for your betterment.
Okay. Thank you for your help.
All right. You're very welcome. And honestly, by about February, you'll be starting to see the changes.
I'm looking forward to it.
No worries. Much love, Dorothy. Take care of you.
Thank you so much, sweetheart.
You're very welcome. Thank you. Yeah, it's a bit tough sometimes, isn't it? Sort of sitting waiting for things to happen in your life when you're going through tough times. I do have, Vanita in Birmingham, England, United Kingdom. Hello, Vanita.
Hi.
Are you
Hello.
there? Hi, how are you going?
Hello. Hi, I'm good, thank you.
Oh, good. So
Hello?
you're speaking to someone who was born in Brighton, so it's been a long time since so you're a fellow person. Vanita, what can I do for you today?
I think I would just like a general reading, please. Whatever you think like I need to know.
Okay. You know, I've been speaking to a lot of people at the moment who are going through lots of changes. There seems to be a real stripping back by the universe at the moment to get us moving or get us a little bit more focused on what we want in life. And I think up until now, we've been very, going along with life and not realizing how important we are. And there's this real focus at the moment on getting us to understand how